Good morning. Today is Tuesday, October 1st, 2019. It is 9:30, and this is the regular meeting of the Los Angeles Board of Police Commissioners. Madam Secretary, please call the roll.
Good morning. Let the record reflect that Commissioners Stecker, Goldsmith, Bonner, Figueroa Villa are present, and we have a quorum.
Thank you very much. The first two items on the regular agenda, A and B, are donations. Madam Secretary, are there any public comment cards?
We have two on
Mr. Herman,
item.
please do not speak out. Madam Secretary?
We have two on item A and one on B.
Very good. Commissioners, are there any commissioner questions on item A or B? Seeing no hands, we'll turn to the public comment. Who are the two speakers on item A?
Mr. Herman and Mr. Novak.
Mr. Herman and then Mr. Novak. Mr. Herman, sir. And Madam Secretary, who's the speaker on item B?
Yes, we have two. I'm sorry, three. We have two, Mr. Herman and Audrey George.
Very good.
I fear for my life because we're going to grant these helmets for ballistic helmets like we need more gangs. Ballistic helmets means we're becoming a country of terrorists against the people of Los Angeles because we know how hostility reacts to government, especially under Section 5.467. Is that correct, Mr. Attorney, for the record? Does that reflect the Brown Act legislation? Under Section 5.467 for that $19,000 and 471 chump change of 97 cents? Who the fuck is Team Wendy? Why does Team Wendy get the contract? Maybe they're getting preferential treatment too from the Los Angeles Police Foundation, because I know what people do in gang narcotics when they steal evidence and they plant it on people and accuse them of doing heinous crimes like a TRO. Or
Focus
perhaps,
on the helmet, sir, Mr. Herman.
Well, I am about helmets. Helmets are good for people because it protects your brain from traumatic brain injury from a potential threat of some bastard hitting you over the head with some instrument, like maybe a word. Some people say historically words based on law are not an action of a ballistic helmet, but rather words do not hinder or hurt people. Words are protected speech. And $19,000 from this department's report reflects gang narcotics.
Mr. Novak, you're next, sir.
Once again, this is a grant or donation from the Los Angeles Police Foundation, which we've said over and over again there's a conflict of interest with a member of this board whose involvement with that foundation. You should stop accepting money from Los Angeles Police Foundation. I also think that, although I'm glad to see it's now under regular agenda items as opposed to consent agenda, so you recognize that these kind of donations are really a policy decision by the board, it's still an end run around the whole budgeting process of the city, and on top of the vast amounts of money you take from the general city budget, week after week you accept donations of $10,000, $20,000, $30,000 or more. I'm glad you're finally doing some kind of audit of that and looking at it on an annual basis, but you basically need to reject these donations and tell the foundation to give the money to better purposes to serve the people of Los Angeles. People are desperately in need of housing in the city, health care, education, and all of those are much more beneficial to them and would deal much more with the problems you claim you're dealing with ballistic helmets. So I think that it's an inappropriate use of money. I think that it's part of the militarization or the exposure of the military aspect of the police, and you should decline this grant. And I'll just take a second to refer to the 1B as well, because it's the same thing. Again, you're using the Police Foundation to finance things that are not in the budget. The website hosting services are basically propaganda, and these are parts of the counterinsurgency policing of the LAPD that's involved in trying to control the thinking of the population or the enemy. And you're defining certain people as the enemy as gang members and other people who you want to control what they think about the police doing that. And I think it's inappropriate. You should reject both grants.
Thank you, Mr. Novick. The recommended action is to review the report, which we've done, and then transmit it to the mayor and city council for acceptance. Is there a motion? Is there a second? All in favor? Aye. All opposed? It passes 4-0. With respect to 2B, there were previously stated no questions from members of the commission regarding that. 2 comment cards, Mr. Herman and Ms. George. Mr. Herman, please come forward.
I'd like to submit for the record 1, 2, 3, addressing LAPD, Miss Eileen Decker for the record. So we have some preferential treatment going on in Los Angeles based on the transmit to the mayor, the absent mayor, on the homeless crisis and the city council for this acceptance of a donation. I'm here in opposition because the hosting service from this donation reflects a negative declaration of interest and unfair treatment based on our biased mayor, Eric Garcetti, for the record. In addition to that, there have been some city council members who have taken bribes like Sandra. Oh, I'm sorry, Sandra. My mistake. That was the other issue about you not reporting the stolen money. However, the date of September 25th, 2019, based on BPC number 190266, I like to put into the record that yes, never in the history has a black person done anything right.
Sir, you need to address your comments to the $18,000 donation for website hosting services.
Right. And like I said, you've done nothing right when you host, provide services not rendered to people with disabilities. And Ms. Goldsmith knows that. Her brother is disabled just as much as me. Thank you.
Ms. George.
So this agenda item is very reminiscent of agenda items in July of this year, where LAPD accepted a $250,000 donation from the Balmer Foundation, which it was already suggested has ties to Steve Soberov and is a conflict of interest in the first place. That donation was for the benefit of the LAPD, which will be used to hire a consulting firm to redesign the process and reduce the candidate evaluation time. And the community was supposed to believe that that donation, which was for targeted recruitment on hosting services like the one you're talking about right now, when we found it on Breitbart, that LAPD is recruiting on that website, which was supposed to be money spent on targeted recruitment campaigns. Now we're supposed to believe that this was totally a mistake, inadvertent, unintended, to use what Breitbart suggests is that their spokesperson said in the LA Times that Breitbart has one of the most pro-police, pro-law enforcement news organizations in America. So it's not hard to understand that the way you spend donations like this will end up recruiting from right-wing, racist, white supremacist sources, virtually like recruiting from the KKK. And I want to know how irresponsible you think it is, Dale Bonner, that LAPD is recruiting officers from Breitbart. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am.
is a neo-Nazi.
Thank you, sir. Please don't, speak out. Thank you.
LAPD is becoming.
I'd like somebody from the department to come forward. I have down Mr. Rubenstein. As you would be addressing this item, could you please just give a broad overview of what this item is? Because I did not connect it to the recruiting services that were just discussed, and I want to be sure that there's a public record. If I'm,
Yeah.
I thought I was correct. Am I correct?
Yeah, this has no connection to that. This is the maintenance of our website, lapdonline.org. The issue with the Breitbart ad is dealt through personnel division with the city.
Okay, and is this, I also viewed this as different from the donation previously in July from Mr. Balmer that is still working its way through the system, but can you just clarify that so we have a public record on that?
Yes, absolutely. This is we have a regular maintenance of our, to keep lapdonline.org running. It's where we provide all of our manuals, all our policies and procedures, the ways in which you can connect to the department, any information you need, and that's what this money is funded for. And I have my team here to elaborate if they can.
I think you answered my question unless other commissioners want further clarification on that point. And I believe later on, Chief, you'll be addressing the Breitbart matter under your report. Is that correct?
Madam President, that's correct.
Okay. So we'll get to that specific issue later, but thank you very much. Members of the commission, the request that was made of us is to review the report, which we have done, and transmit.
Excuse me, Madam President, I'm sorry. We have a late card on 1B.
Okay, can you add that to public comment, please?
Okay.
Thank you. The request is to transmit to the mayor and city council for acceptance. Is there a motion to that effect? So moved. Is there a second? Second. All in favor? Aye. Opposed? It passes 4-0. Thank you. Thank you very much. Moving on then to item C, the department's report regarding relative to Blake Justice. I'd ask the members of the department who are here to present on this to give us a brief overview. Commander, Chief,
Good morning,
introduce
ma'am.
yourselves?
Good morning.
Good morning.
My name is Jeff Burt. I run Risk Management Legal Affairs Group.
I am Deputy Chief Martin Baez. I'm the Commanding Officer of Personnel and Training Bureau.
Thank you. Good morning. If you could give us all an overview of what is before the commission today.
Yes, ma'am. The Blake Justice consent decree and our last remaining requirement to report the statistics to the Department of Justice through you folks and then ultimately via the City Personnel Department. So ultimately the consent decree began in 1973 based on a class action lawsuit alleging employment discrimination based upon sex. Required such things as lowering our height requirement to 5 feet and no deselection tests that 50% of female applicants at the time were failing. So it also asked that we increase recruiting efforts in the affected classes. In 1980, the scope of the represented class was expanded to African Americans and Hispanics of either sex. And we have some statistics now, just wave tops that are in the report. So the consent decree required long-term that 20% for females, that 20% of the sworn become female, and in the short term, 25% of academy graduates. We look at the fiscal year of 18-19, we have 18.5% of our sworn employees are females. In the academy, the 23% of our applicants to LAPD are female, and 21% of the folks that graduate from our academy are female. These stats are pretty consistent. Over the past 3 fiscal years, they go up and down. We were up slightly from 16-17, but down slightly from last year. I would also note that we look at the whole Geo Metro area because that's what the consent decree required, and our statistics are better at 18.5% of our sworn being female are better than LASD, which is 18.1%, San Diego PD, which is 16.6%, and Riverside PD at 12.4%, although we all share the same recruiting pool. We're also slightly higher than New York. We looked at other comparable large agencies. They're at 18.1%, but below Chicago PD, which leads the nation with a 23.1% females of large policing agencies. So when we looked at the African American and Hispanic, the consent decree itself, Blake Justice required long-term proportion of sworn equals the LA Metro Census data. And so in the short term, they asked that 45% of our department So 22.5% Black and 22.5% Hispanic. That's what the goals of that consent decree was. And we're over that right now. In fiscal year 18-19, you look at our department, 58.4% of our department are sworn are Black or Hispanic. We have 9.6% African American and 48.8% Hispanic. And if you look at that compares to the LA population. I said 9.6 in the department. The city is 8.7% African American. And when it comes to Hispanics, we're at 48.8% Hispanic as a department in a city that's 48.9% Hispanic. So 69% of our applicants to the Los Angeles Police Academy are either Black or Hispanic. 9% of the LAPD applicants at the Academy are African American, and 60% are Hispanic. That's how that breaks down. So, others, just really quick, trying to find the most pertinent wave tops for you. The LAPD has the highest percentage at 9.6 of percent of Black officers in the recruiting pool agencies over LASD, San Diego, and Riverside. LAPD, however, is below both New York and Chicago. But when we look at the demographics of those cities, they're in the 20 and 23 percentiles of African Americans in living in those city limits. So we also analyze the reasons that people leave the academy. Top 3 reasons are failing the day combat shooting. In this last year, we had 12 total recruits fail the day combat shooting. 67% of those were female, 67% were Hispanic, and 17% were African American. The higher proportion of those who failed day combat were female, Black, or Hispanic than last fiscal year, but the actual numbers of the people who are failing in fiscal year 18-19 are equal to or lower than the year prior. 7 recruits reevaluated their career choice. 29% of those 7 recruits were female, 71% were Hispanic. And that's consistent with the last 3 years. A third reason for leaving the academy is family issues. Half of the people who did that, there were only 6 total recruits, and 50% of those were female, 17% Black, and 50% Hispanic. These are low numbers, and they're skewed just because they're such low numbers, I think. Probationary attrition we looked at as well, and in fiscal year 18-19, 38 total probationers from the LAPD attrited out. 16% were female, 0% were African American, and 53% or 20 were Hispanic. So those are all below the percentages at which those pools are graduating from the academy. We finally looked at the promotional pay grade advancements for fiscal year 18 and 19. 21% of the pay grade and promotional advancements were female in a department that's 18.5% female. 8% were African American, and 45% were Hispanic. We looked at the command staff. We have 18.6% of our command staff are female, 15% are African American, and 28.3% are Hispanic. So looking at that versus the 48%, those numbers are seem to be on par in our command staff ranks with females and African Americans. We looked at, why are we at 28% Hispanic and 48%? And the best I can offer is some conjecture that in 1990, around the time, if you average out when most people are starting to make captain commander now, when we were hired, the department was only 21.5% Hispanic. Yet we were 13.8% African American at the time. So that may be a reason as to why the Hispanic numbers at the command ranks are lower, because 20-something years ago, our department looked different. So for more detailed questions, unless there's something specific to me, Chief Baez is here as well.
Thank you very much for that. And just for clarification, you had said that this was I believe you said this was the last ongoing requirement of the Blake Justice Consent Decree. Is that correct, to make these annual reports? Is that right?
Yes, ma'am.
Very good. And can you explain briefly, based upon your review of what makes people leave the academy, can you just give a broad overview, and perhaps, Chief, this is in your purview, of the efforts undertaken to help people stay in the academy after they've gone through that whole recruitment and hiring process.
Absolutely, Commissioner. This is one of the items that we take very seriously, and we've actually taken several steps to try to do a better analysis in order to do exit interviews to see what is driving. Now, when a candidate double fails, the highest number of recruits that fail out of the academy has to do with
You explain
firearms.
it, double fail, what
Yes, I'm sorry. A double fail means you fail the same test twice, and as post standards, the Commission on Officer Standards and Training, if you fail a test twice, you have to be separated from the academy. In these cases, for us, it's our firearms training, and with the highest number of women failing these day combat, which is the day qualification course, and testing as per post standards in order to achieve a qualifying score. Some of the things that we are actually doing is we're doing things in the front end, and we're also developing a program in the academy as we speak, after the consultation with the chief of police, in regards to, while in the recruitment process, what we're doing is we're identifying candidates, and we're going to be running a pilot program at the end of this month, which is a firearms familiarization program in which the candidates that are about to go into the academy will receive three-hour blocks of voluntary training in regards to familiarization with firearms, manipulations, airsoft pistols, regular pistols, and then have an opportunity to actually, under the supervision of our firearms instructors and master instructors, to fire some rounds downrange so that they have a familiarization. In addition to that, we also added a behavioral science services component that will also speak about tools to deal with anxiety, performance anxiety, in dealing with firearms. So what we're trying to do is we're trying to get them familiar with the firearms courses, the manipulation of the firearms so that they handle them, and then we're trying to give them tools so that they can perform in the academy. It's one less thing they have to worry about on top of everything else that they're being inundated with that is so intensive in the academy. What we're in the process of doing now is developing what we're calling a firearms study hall. That firearms study hall is now when the candidate is now a recruit in the academy, on the front end, before they start the manipulations and the firearms testing and practices, it will be a program which will continue and build on, again, the manipulation of the firearms, the ability to continue to dry fire, and since we've already issued them their ordnance, their firearms, how to properly practice what we call dry firing, how we can safely the manipulations of the gun, and continue to give them a reinforcement in regards to being able to handle the manipulation and the actual testing of the firearms. We're also incorporating the behavioral science services portion to assist them with, again, performance anxiety, test taking, and tools for that. So we're trying to do it at the process of hiring stage and then carry it into the academy to address specifically the firearms, which seems to be the highest double failures that we have in the academy at this time.
Thank you, Chief. Commissioners, other questions? Anything, sir?
Wanted to go back briefly to the beginning of the presentation where you were presenting a number of the recent statistics and demographics and so on. Can you just kind of adding it all up, can you speak to any of the either area or areas where you feel the department has made the most progress or achievement on the one hand, and then identify any of those areas where you think there's still some concern and further room for improvement?
Try it? Or? Yeah. This goes in hand with our recruitment efforts and what we presented actually about a month to the Police Commission in regards to our analysis of where the department's going to be in 5 years. We specifically have a goal to recruit African Americans, women, and Asian Pacific Islanders. And we want to make sure that we not only maintain the attrition numbers, but we also that we exceed them. So we have a number of gains. For instance, year to date, we did a little bit of a comparison just to see where we're at, and this is from January to September. In 2018, from January to September, we had hired 86 women, and from January to August, we hired 86 women, and then from January to August this year, we hired 94. That represents a 9.3% increase in our hiring in our direct targeting efforts for women. In regards to African Americans, in 2018, during the same period we hired 33 African American candidates, and for the same period of 2019, which is not the fiscal year but the calendar year, it was 47 that we had hired, which represents a 42.4% increase. We recognize that in 5 years, the department, if we don't pay attention to this now, that is going to look much different. So our focus is to continue to achieve our goals through really what we're developing and what we have developed into a strategy of recruitment that includes mass media marketing, outreach and recruitment to specific targeted groups, the mentorship and retention during the process, pathways to becoming a police officers like the ACOP program, and partnerships with the community like the Caruso Group, where we can bridge the gap from youth, youth that are exiting our cadet programs from the age 18 to 21, but still keep them connected, and then also continue our partnerships with employee organizations within the department and also outside partnerships, like I had just mentioned, and also focus on employee training of our recruitment staff in order to address the specific needs of LAPD, and also addressing the specific demographics that we are targeting to increase our numbers. And then, as we reported, we're also working with the personnel department to restructure the 7-step hiring process to try to bring it down under 90 days so that we can even be a little bit of a better competitor to some of the other agencies that are going after the same pool of candidates that we are. So that's some of the wave top strategies that we are implementing in order to address the areas that we feel still need addressing, which are African American women and Asian Pacific Islanders.
It sounds a little bit like some of the areas where you're reporting some earlier existing progress are also Correct. Some areas of existing concern, or at least in need of additional efforts. You were making the point about, if I understood it correctly, about the current ranks or Latino representation in the senior management and command staff, and if I understood you correctly, you were attributing some or all of that or much of that to the way in which the numbers of those coming into the department in the 90s progressing through their careers kind of reflects what we see today. Two questions. One is, do you have some sense as to what that picture looks like relative to women and African American in terms of what the numbers in the department were looking like in the 90s and what the representation is in the command staff today? That's one question. The other is given that type of or that dynamic, if you will, are we doing things today that are projecting forward based on where the numbers look today that project to what the command staff will look like 10 years from now, 5-10 years from now, or 15 years from now? So the question is, first going to the one point about the current representation, how do those 1990 numbers look in those two areas, and then also what are we doing now to project forward to make sure that as those numbers have improved, that they will also improve in the command staff?
Okay, I can answer the first part of that, and only partially, sir. I did not pull what our department looked like with relative to females in 1990, but in 1990, where we were at 21.5% Hispanic, we were also at 13.8% African American. This is tracked on a LA Times site, and I will go and do that follow up with women. I didn't get that. Sorry.
Okay, but with regard, fair enough. But with regard then to African Americans, if you look at what the representation looked like in the 90s, is it reflected in the command staff that we see, in the ranks of the command staff we see today?
So looking at African American command staff today is 15% African American, so slightly higher than in 1990, sir, and slightly.
It was 13 or so percent, I think you said, in 1990. So,
yes,
right.
And then today, a department that's just over 9% African American, we are at 15% of command staff represented.
Okay, so just and some other context, if you could, I'd be interested in that snapshot as it relates to women representation as well. And then lastly, just comment on briefly, if you can, on we're not only focusing on recruiting today, but we're also looking at leadership development and promotional opportunities going forward.
Absolutely. I can address the leadership development. There's been a lot of work done this year in regards to mentoring, executive coaching, and employee development, both of our sworn and civilian ranks when it comes throughout the department. In particular, we have several programs that we started. One was a mentor program in which 35 mentors signed up and 23 were trained from the supervisor ranks in order to mentor and help the next generation achieve their goals. We are actually in the process of now matching them one-on-one, which will be a 6-month one-on-one mentoring session in order to get them to the next levels. We also there's also a program that was first originally exclusive to the command staff, but we've opened it up to the supervisor ranks, which we are working in conjunction with Behavioral Science Services. That is an executive coaching program in which tests are taken, much like the Myers-Briggs. I'm not sure exactly which tests they utilize in order to identify strengths, weaknesses, and then be able to focus development in those particular areas where they're lacking with the guidance and supervision. The other things that we've also partnered with we've developed the Employee Development Task Force, which is the group of employee organizations from the League to Oscar Joe Bryant to LAPOA. All the employee organizations are involved in this, and the last meeting we had was on September 11th. And those discussions revolve around continuing efforts in supporting members of all ranks in developing, in preparation to be viable candidates for the next promotional levels. They are partners with us in being, and this is my word, force multipliers in the programs that they're offering, like seminars, preparation seminars, mock oral testing and participation, so that they can get the feedback. And we're working hand in hand with these organizations. And we also support their seminars and their conferences in which the employee focus is it. Recently, I am in discussion with Dr. Pannell in regards to the command staff level having a executive mentoring coaching program, and what that would look like to develop the next generation of command staff officers. So we're in the infancy of that to develop it. And those are just a few of the programs that we're working on when it comes to employee development.
I had one last question. I'm sorry, and this the IG may know this, but there's in the report that we're going to discuss shortly on national best practices, there was reference to the recent survey of personnel within the department, and there was a discussion of some concerns about the fairness of the complaint process and some of those kinds of things. Yeah. Question was, do you or the chief or IG or anyone know? I didn't see whether there was anything captured in that survey relative to what the workforce feels about promotional opportunities and fair representation, at all levels within the department. Was any of that captured in the recent survey, or were there any comments along those lines?
Sir, if it was, I'd have to research it. I apologize. I'm prepared to discuss certain aspects of three main findings in the survey.
I get it. Do you recall? Or I'll just leave it out there, and then when we get to the IG's report, maybe somebody can say whether, I'm curious to know how the workforce feels about that issue.
In the first survey, which was completed last August, it did result in establishment of a innovation group, particularly to discipline. There are a number of recommendations that have been made, and some of those recommendations did not result in achievable type. We could not comply with the recommendation. There are others that we have made progress on and achieved, and then there's also a book of work that still remain. Recommendations that have not been implemented yet.
But was there anything stand out that said how people feel about opportunities and representation and the management ranks and so on?
Yes, there was more than 8,000 actual comments that were entered into that survey, and they ranged in topics, but the number one issue was the fairness and appropriateness of our disciplinary system, and the timeliness of it, whether or not there was favoritism, whether or not the suspensions or penalties were consistent with the seriousness of the underlying allegation, and whether they were given an opportunity to be heard. Those are all issues that were a part of that.
And maybe, Commissioner, if you don't mind, I understand we're going to be covering the complaints report, the annual report. Maybe that's the best place to bring it up, and maybe Commander Himes, who I understand will be presenting, perhaps he can address that. Just a thought, since we have that on the agenda as well.
And as it to that as well, I do have from the Single Purpose Innovation Group, I have every single recommendation that after that survey that came out of the disciplinary Single Purpose Innovation Group, and I have the status of every single one of those.
I don't want to get too distracted too far into the nitty-gritty of all the details of the survey. The broad question is, how do people feel about we know how they feel now about the fairness of discipline and the complaints. How do people feel about fairness of opportunities and promotional opportunities, and the fairness of the representation in the ranks? That's and maybe it wasn't captured in the report, but that's the broad question that whether it's today or going forward, I'd like to understand.
Okay, what I can say is that I don't have.
I can speak to that. There was Commissioner. That was item number 3, tied for third place, which was the openness of the promotional system, its fairness, whether or not people were given opportunities to have access to it. The rank order of the 3 items were was disciplinary system, the age and usefulness of our tools and equipment. The third one was the issue of workload, and whether or not there was the officers felt they had enough time to do the work that we've tasked them with, and then tied with that was personnel selections and the manner of the openness of the organization. There was also, as a result of each of these, I'll say 4 top topics, those were all subjects of particular innovation groups, in which we are happy to come back. And there was an update report on June, I believe, of this year of what the outstanding innovation groups' efforts were, and what was open, and also what was closed, and what's been accomplished. And I think it'd be best if we could handle this as a separate item before you, because it is detailed.
Sure. Yeah, thank you.
Okay, Mr. Tufenk, if you can ensure we have that on a future agenda, thank you.
And,
any further questions from commissioners? Seeing none, how many public comment cards do we have on this, please?
We have 7 comment cards.
And the names, please?
Mr. Herman, Mr. Novik, Akili, Zach Sherwin, Wayne, Dr. Tabitha Jolivet, and Julian Marcellus Brown.
Very well. Mr. Herman.
Thank you, Mommy. Now, based on the conversation you heard this morning, they never mentioned the data. The data, the DATA, based on BHAFCAI. Well, the CAI acronym stands for Caucasian American Indian. I'm Indian. I got no fucking job. Why can't I be a part of the statistics of a sworn recruit to police pay grade scale? Because the city of Los Angeles is a racist. They don't hire Native Americans because I'm a badass. However, with the exception of one captain rank, who's not a part of the pay grade because it's totally different pay scale based on who you're sleeping with. Again, Jeffrey Burt. Who the hell is Jeffrey Burt? Well, you can find out, for the record, by calling 213-486-8720. And I demand that you call and ask for his transcripts to transmit to the city personnel whether or not this sworn Black Justice Consent Decree is racist as a motherfucker or not. Because I know what racism is. Because when I tried to enter this facility this morning, some motherfucker said I have a temporary restraining order and was prohibiting me from entering this fucking sworn institution
Sir, you're
under
off topic
program
now.
service and activities which
Mr.
I qualify.
Herman,
Fuck
Thank
that.
you, sir. Mr. Novick.
So to go back to the beginning of the report, in the period in the late 60s and early 70s when the discrimination that the LAPD was engaged in its hiring took place, City of LA had about 3 million people and over 20% of them were black. And today, City of LA has about 4 million people and under 10% of them are black. So to say that the LAPD is meeting its goals because it has about 9% black doesn't deal with the fact that the LAPD has played a role in driving black people out of the city of LA for a quarter of a century or more. Right. And so that's what you have to look at in the first place. That discrimination reflected not just hiring, but how they were treated. And so if people have the accurate perception that the LAPD acts as an occupying army in black communities and have no interest in becoming a member of that army, then you need to think about the role of the LAPD. And not just its recruitment and hiring practices. Same thing goes for women. If you feel like the solution to having more women on the force is training women to be more comfortable using firearms and engaging what you quite candidly call combat, then maybe you need to rethink the role of the LAPD and get members of the LAPD in general to be less comfortable using firearms and less comfortable engaging in combat. This is an example of the kind of BS that this department and this commission engage in over and over again. You're trying to put Band-Aids on a cancer, and it's not a solution. So you need to look at fundamental roots of the problem. The fundamental root of the problem is that the LAPD is an enforcement agency for the gentrification of the city, for white supremacy, for the exploitation of people who live here, and for the real estate developers who are driving people out of the city. And until you deal with that, there's no possibility of equity within your hiring or a promotion or anything else that you do.
Thank you, sir. Akili, Mr. Akili. And then Mr. Sherwin.
Yeah, this report grows out of a consent decree. But your culture is still the same. Your culture is one of control and suppression and occupation. And as long as that's the culture, then it's going to be hard to recruit people to be a part of that culture. Secondly, why would you choose to advertise in Breitbart magazine? Right. I mean, that sends a message beyond anything I or anybody else could say about the bigotry and the stupidity of this department. To advertise in a magazine that the audience is the alt-right says, we want you here. It gives them legitimacy and credibility. And then to say you want to recruit black people at the same time, that is a contradiction. That's an oxymoron. You can't tell me you want to recruit black people and then place ads in the Breitbart, in an alt-right magazine. The persons or agency that placed those ads in that magazine first should be disciplined, or if you got an agency, they need to be fired because you're sending the wrong message. You're saying that the alt-right has a place on this and within this department. Many of us already believe you are bigots in the first place. And if you're advertising the bigots, it reinforces that position. So I would suggest you do a couple of things. One, look at your advertisement, because you're approaching the wrong people. Two, if the advertisers who placed that ad are on staff, they need to be disciplined. And if you have an agency that you bought that ad with, you need to get rid of that agency. You're sending the wrong message.
Thank you, sir. Mr. Sherwin? And I'm sorry, Madam Secretary, after Mr. Sherwin, I missed the names.
Wayne, Dr. Tabitha Jolivet, Julian Marcellus Brown, and we have one additional card, Dr. Melina Abdullah.
Thank you. Mr. Sherwin?
It kind of sailed by, but I would like to note my objection to the use of the phrase performance anxiety when we're talking about training police officers to fire weapons. First of all, I think it obscures what we're really talking about here. We want trainees to be more comfortable firing guns that they will use to kill people. And so to characterize that as performing better without any additional context given to the use of that particular specific phrase strikes me as oblivious and offensive, and I think it's telling about some of the attitudes that are going into this training. Second, I think that the LAPD has bigger problems that go far in the other direction of the spectrum, like Salvador Sanchez, the officer who killed Kenneth French at Costco and shot his parents, seemed very able to overcome any performance anxiety he must have felt. Same with the officers who killed Grishario Mack, Ryan Lee, and Martin Robles. They were functioning just fine. So when it comes to this sort of distasteful concept of performance anxiety, it seems like there's bigger issues. Also, in the end, what does the racial makeup of the LAPD matter when the same black and brown and poor communities that have historically been pathologized, criminalized, and brutalized by LAPD are still undergoing those conditions? What does it matter whose hand is on the gun? I also want to talk about the point that was just raised about recruitment on Breitbart. I heard it said at the beginning of the meeting that this is something that we're going to address during the chief's report. But when I hear this officer say things like outreach and recruitment to specific and targeted groups, and nothing has been named further, why is this not the first thing that we're talking about in the agenda to this meeting? How can those kinds of comments be sailing by without further contextualization and commentary as to what's going on? It's not my place to design your agenda, but I have to tell you how it is to sit in this meeting for so long with the elephant in the room not being addressed. And finally, I just want to comment on how week after week I see people sitting in those chairs. They're asked questions by the commissioners, and the chief has to jump in and save the day with an answer. It just strikes me as a member of the community. Why can't these questions be answered by the people giving the report?
Thank you, sir. Mr. Spindler?
Right. I signed up as Rabbi Wayne. I'll be known as that till sundown. So, a happy shout out to the bastard Steve Soberup. Happy fucking Rosh Hashanah. So we have now Breitbart. What a great idea. When you need Nazi police officers, we advertise in Breitbart. Because Breitbart is an interesting story, which, you know, the publisher was accidentally poisoned on the cafe one night. If you want to read about that story, you won't read about it. But there's one person on KBC that knows about it. He has an afternoon show. Ask him about it, and he'll say he doesn't know anything about it. See, because they killed the guy. But today it lives on. The right wing lives on. We recruit excellent police officers from the right wing. Heil Hitler! Yes, sir. That's the first thing we need to know. And then welcome back to the real Meshuggah, Sandra Figueroa Villa, the biggest crook we've ever had on this commission. Let's give her a hand. That's it. I love it. You launder $3 million through your nonprofit. I just love it. Get yourself a pay increase. See, this is what we know. We know everything. We know everything. We know you're dirty. We know you're crooks. We know you're racists. We know you're murderers. We know you're thieves. And we're tired of it, and we want you to go away and shut down and leave us alone so we can figure out how to govern this city without you. We don't need you. Shut this fucking place down, Miss President. Shut it down. and get that fucking jackass in the blue suit out of there. He's 91 years old. He forged his birth
Mr. Spindler,
certificate.
you're way off topic, sir.
He's a piece of shit. Get him the fuck out of here.
Thank you, sir. Dr. Tabitha, it was a Jolette, I apologize. Jolivet, thank you, ma'am.
I just want to echo for those of you who are actively responsible for recruiting police, to echo the sentiments that have already been lifted up about what is astonishing to me and yet not surprising, that the LAPD is advertising in Breitbart, a known, not simply far-right publication, but a known white supremacist organization. In fact, a known white supremacist organization that the president of this country just lifted up yesterday as having 98% of its members outright supporting him. A known white supremacist, a known xenophobe, a known homophobe. He has been the most anti-black president that we've seen in the contemporary era. That there would be that level of collusion, Chief Moore. I know that you said on Twitter that you've not done any advertising there, but we're waiting on a public report. We want to hear, why is it that the LAPD is recruiting in Breitbart? We know that it's an organization that proliferates and disseminates white supremacist propaganda, and we know how that plays an important role in society in not only pathologizing people of color and black people specifically on a daily basis, but more importantly, it's exactly directly linked to violence. Not simply the violence of individual white supremacists, but the kind of violence that we see proliferated through this occupying force called the LAPD. So we're here to hold you accountable, and we're also expecting that we get answers to understand how that ended up in Breitbart.
Thank you, ma'am. Julia, and I apologize, I didn't write down the last name. Oh, thank you.
Good morning.
Thank you, sir. Good morning.
I am a concerned community member, a student, and an Angelino, and a taxpayer. And I'm very upset that you would even consider advertising in a white nationalist magazine. It's disrespectful to all these officers in here who are of color, to the Angelinos that you say you represent and protect and serve. It's fucking ridiculous. I'm livid. I am not at work right now. I took off work to come up here to let you know how livid I am. And I'm not going to stand for it. Los Angeles is not going to stand for it. Do you know what's going on in this nation? Are you guys disconnected from this city? And you're talking about representation and hiring people? And hiring people from this city? But you want to bring white nationalists into a city that's majority black, brown. Do you understand what you're doing? Y'all have lost your mind.
Thank you, sir. Dr. Abdullah.
So before I get into the points I want to make, I just want to uplift that my name is Melina Abdullah from Black Lives Matter, and many of the speakers are also from Black Lives Matter, because I know that you try to erase Black Lives Matter from media. So we want to be sure that you know we're not just a group of activists, that we are Black Lives Matter activists. I want to first speak to this idea of recruiting a more diverse force. I hope that you all read beyond the reports that you personally commission, right? There was a report that came out from University of Michigan that shows that the diversity of the force has absolutely no impact on outcomes. So having more black folks, more brown folks who wear blue uniforms does not mean that they are less violent towards black and brown communities, because when they put the uniform on, they become blue. Read the University of Michigan report. So I think it's really important that you understand that. Secondly, when we talk about the recruitment of white supremacists through Breitbart, anybody who reads anything knows that Steve Bannon called Breitbart the platform for the alt-right. So recruiting white supremacists at the same time as you're doing targeted recruitment of people of color is dangerous to those officers of color, right? These are who you are outreaching to. It's really important that you understand that it comes from a tradition in LAPD where you intentionally recruited white supremacists from the South. Under Parker, he went down and recruited from Klan rallies because he said they knew how to use the N-word. You advertising in Breitbart is the same thing in the modern era, and I'm ashamed, I'm outraged, I'm surprised, and I shouldn't be that you would go so far.
Thank you, ma'am. The requested action with respect to this particular report is to transmit it to City Personnel Office and review the report. Is there a motion to that effect? It is moved. Is it seconded? All in favor? Aye. All opposed? It passes 4-0 with the transmission of this report to the City Personnel Office. Thank you very much. The next item on the agenda is a budget modification. Is Mr. Thompson present? Sir, if you could just come forward and give us, and Chief, good morning.
Good morning.
And just a very brief overview of what's requested of the Commission on this item.
Good morning, Commissioners. I'm Deputy Chief Chris Pitcher. I'm the Chief of Detectives, and as you know, the Department is currently seeking the Commission's approval for a modification of existing budget funds in the amount of $212,429. That fund will be used to purchase various scientific instrumentation as well as equipment that will be used ultimately to enhance the efficiency of processing DNA evidence. Additionally, other monies in that $212,000 will be used for training to enhance the knowledge, skills, and abilities of the individuals in Forensic Services Division to ultimately operate that.
Thank you, Chief. Are there questions from members of the Commission on this item? Seeing no hands, is there a motion to approve the Department's report and transmit it? Oh, my apologies. Are there public comment cards on this item?
Yes, we have three.
Three.
Mr. Novick,
Mr. Novick,
Mr. Herman, and Wayne.
my apologies, Mr. Novick.
Yeah, thank you. Again, you know, we're talking about rape kits here, right? Are we talking about rape kits?
No, sir.
No? DNA? That's what,
well, why do, if that's a question, I can follow up with the members.
My assumption that it's rape kits is because I've been coming to this commission for a number of years, and about once a year, they talk about the fact they have a backlog of handling the DNA in rape kits. And every year they claim they're going to solve the problem. By the time they finish solving the problem, they have a new backlog of DNA and rape kits. So I think if you're, talking about recruiting women, you need to look at why the LAPD consistently falls down on this problem.
Mr. Novick, if you don't mind, if I can freeze your time, I think that's
okay,
a
sure.
question I can pose, and we probably should have asked that of the presenters just to get that clarification. And please reset his time for the full
That's
2
fine.
minutes.
Go ahead.
Sir, can you just answer that? The question is this related to DNA backlog?
It is. It's related to DNA backlog. There is currently no DNA backlog on the department. Additionally, that's used for all DNA processing, not just rape kits, but everything.
Right, and there currently is no rape kit backlog.
There is not.
Okay.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, well, that's good to know. If there's no backlog, what is the backlog in then? You're asking for $200,000 to reduce the backlog, and there's no backlog?
With respect to other crimes, sir.
Is there a backlog with respect to other crimes?
Sir, why don't I think there's clearly confusion. If you can just state a little more clearly what it is this grant funding or this funding will be specifically used for. Let's just get a very clear record on that. I thought the underlying documents were clear, but if you could present that.
Sure. My name is, again, I'm Jeff Thompson. I'm the Commanding Officer of Forensic Science Division. And this grant is an annual grant that we get from the federal government. The full name of the grant is the Capacity Enhancement and Backlog Reduction Grant. and we are using it to increase our capacity because we have no backlog. We have not had a backlog for a number of years now in any aspect of DNA testing.
So the grant is to do what precisely?
It's specifically to, the biggest change is that we're moving $200,000 from overtime to equipment so that we can buy new
state-of-the-art equipment?
New equipment to test DNA. Okay. The equipment that we have, the manufacturer is no longer manufacturing it, so these are going to be new instruments to replace existing instruments,
okay, very good.
As well as overtime that we use on a regular basis every year. Training.
Mr. Novick, would you like to restore your time, sir? No? Mr. Herman? And then Mr. Spindler. Mr. Herman, you can begin your time, sir.
So in regards to the backlogs, whether it's a rape kit or a swab kit, whether it's this abrasive detective in the Metropolitan swabbing your mouth with this little white device threatening you that if you don't do it, it will jeopardize your hearing in court of due process, that's very ridiculous from my standpoint. A budget for a modification for a DNA that we should assume, hypothetically predict this vague and ambiguous idea that the old doesn't represent the good of the past. Almost 10, 25 years, these kits of the DNA have worked. Take this little swab, you rub it on the clothing, you find out, well, the bitch has been fucking for the last 10 years. It's a fact. Whores.
You're actually way off topic, sir. You are not addressing the equipment that's being purchased.
Madam Chair, let me go back. Let me rephrase that. The budget of the backlog reduction program under BPC number 190268, as set forth by the mayor and the dysfunctional city council members of Los Angeles, sets forth the precedence of what we're trying to explain. And that is the department's DNA capacity is a big joke, a backlog of jokes. Do your fucking job.
Mr. Spindler?
Yeah, and I signed up under a different name. Thank you for violating the law again. So you stole $200,000 from the federal government for something you don't need. Let's give them a hand. That's very good. It's called theft. It's called robbery. It's called extortion. It's called theft. But what Mike Fuhr calls is good business for the city. Now, you don't have a backlog. Don't other cities have backlogs? They need that money. This is to protect women who are victims of vile crimes. Nothing worse than when a woman is violated. Nothing. It's her sanctity. Women never get over that when they're raped. Never. Never. And this fucking shit is not for you. It's for another city, another county that needs this money, that has backlogs. There are other places that need this $200,000 and need it now. How many rape kits now could that $200,000 go to find those perpetrators? Many. But you're not giving a fucking shit about women. No, you want that $200,000 for your fucking pocketbook so you can get fancier equipment so we can prevent another backlog. You caused the backlog. Why? Because your campaign donors do a lot of raping, and they like this shit to be slow so they could start paying off the DA and run the statute of limitations. See? No evidence, no crime. We all know that. Do not accept this money. The FBI is watching. They know that you have been caught in fraud. There is no need for this money. You do not qualify for this money. There is no backlog at all. This is stealing federal funds. FBI, get these motherfuckers. We caught you. Fuck you.
Thank you, sir. The request is that the commission approve the report and transmit it concurrently to the mayor and city council. Is there a motion to that effect? It is moved. Is it seconded?
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. All opposed? It passes 4-0. The next item on the agenda is the department's report relative to the annual complaint report for 2018. Thank you very much. Good morning.
Good morning.
If you could introduce yourselves and then give a brief overview of what's before the commission.
Certainly. Good morning, President Decker and members of the commission. My name is Mike Himes. I'm the commanding officer of the Internal Affairs Group. And with me here today is Chief Deborah McCarthy, who is the commanding officer of Professional Standards Bureau.
Good morning. Good morning.
So today what we have in front of you is the complaint report for 2018. And this is a revised format from prior reports that we've had. In the past, we found that the reports run from 55 to 60 to 65 pages, and they're very hard to understand. What we tried to do in this report is condense it and put the information that we have, voluminous information, into an understandable format. That's more meaningful. So the base part of the report is 11 pages, and then we have an 18-page addendum that actually breaks down the complaints that have been sustained, through 2018. So we can answer any questions you would like on this report. It's data intensive.
Very well. I understand some of my fellow commissioners do have some questions, so I'll save mine to the end. Commissioners? Commissioner Bonner, did you have questions?
Thank you. Yeah, first question, broad question, is what is the origin of this report? Is it something driven by is it just tradition, department, did the commission ask for it? Is it required by law? What's the origin of the
Well, there's multiple reasons for the report. There has been variations of this report throughout the years. A discipline is something that is typically reported on within police departments. The state of California requires that certain discipline be reported, depending on what those complaints are, every year by every agency in the state. This report, part of it is born out of the consent decree in 2001, and during that time, the report has evolved in some respects. In fact, it's grown dramatically because of requests by this body, by the department, to add additional information. What we tried to do in this report is to make it so it's more meaningful and useful for not just the department, but for the public to understand.
Yeah, and I can appreciate that. All I have to say that I find it a challenge, nonetheless, because it does at least appear to you're getting a lot of raw data, and of course, I'm sure that underlying each of these pages is vast amounts of other data, but it does have that kind of complexity to it, at least from the standpoint of being presented here, which is why I asked if it's a report that the commission has asked for. My suggestion, at least to my colleagues, would be that we take a look at opportunities to make it a little more meaningful. So when you think about one area that I'm going to ask you about in a minute related to the categorical use of force, I want to walk through some elements of that in a moment. But that's an area where we get an entirely other, additional report that does speak to trends. It helps us kind of attach meaning to the data that we receive, and we can really understand that. In the other areas, it seems a little more challenging. So first is just, am I missing something in that regard, or what would you?
Not at all. In fact, we look forward to getting some input from the commission, on what might be useful to you. The data is incredible, and we are bringing it from multiple different systems and trying to assimilate that data and compile it and present it in a way that that makes sense. And it is, if you don't have some background in it, it is still challenging to try to look at it, because a lot of what we do is we report on the number of allegations as compared to the number of complaints. Complaints have multiple, sometimes complainants. There's multiple officers involved. So the integration of that data and trying to differentiate it, can sometimes be a challenge. So we are interested in what you're interested in.
Commissioner, we also talked about trying to take the information that you're interested in, put in like a 2-page executive summary. So if we believe there's questions or things in this report, because this is a new commission, things that would be valuable to you, we can put it in an executive report and then just attach the addenda items should you need to look at them. That's kind of what we tried to do here in these 5 pages, but to make it even more concise or explain where the data is pulled from so that you can kind of get an idea. So because we are revamping this report completely, it would, like the commander said, it was 60 pages, and we're trying to make it more understandable. We look forward to your input so we can make it even better.
Thank you. I appreciate that. Because at least from my standpoint, one thing that's always helpful, again, is to not simply have the data, but also to understand what the department thinks of the data. So in this case, I would be wanting to understand any areas of concern, any outlying areas, or trends that may be reflected in the data that we're receiving, some things along those lines. Those are examples, but I'm saying I think it is an opportunity for the commission to get our thoughts around how do we get a document that we find that may present opportunities for action as opposed to just the raw data. So I would like to go to, I think, what at least just kind of furthering this point, if we can go to pages, I think it's 10 and 11, where there's some data with, this is, if I'm understanding it correctly, the data with regard to categorical use of force, where there was findings of out of policy or administrative disapproval. There's, towards the right side, there's also then some columns that speak to the discipline and the penalties that arose from these cases. Can you, are you in a position to kind of just walk us through these 2 pages, 10 and 11? So the broad question is, as it relates to the categorical use of force and the discipline that emanated from these cases that were heard in 2018, I believe. What's the takeaway? I mean, what comments would you have about what happened, what the data reflects?
Well, obviously underlying each one of these lines is a particular case that has its own particular issues involved in that. Most of the data that comes from this came from the Critical Incident Review Division, who are advised when either the chief of police or actually ultimately the police commission finds the tactics or the use of force to be out of policy. Based on what they provided to us, we went back and found whether or not there was a complaint attached to that, whether or not the complaint came from a claim investigation or it was initiated by the chief of police. And then we looked at what the disposition of that complaint was. This is just a statistical reporting from an internal affairs standpoint.
Excuse me, but I think you just also, from my standpoint, made a helpful clarification that this data relates only to those cases where there was a complaint attached to, or in some way attached to for the
out of policy
case. Right. Okay. Yes. All right. Go ahead.
Yeah, and so then the in some cases there was a sustained complaint. In other cases, it may have been a claim investigation that ended up with not sustained, but with extensive retraining as directed by the chief of police. So it's for the most part, the complaints issued by the chief of police have resulted in some disciplinary action.
And going to the clarification you made relative to complaints, can you give us some sense, if anybody knows, if you take the universe of these cases, how many of them actually have some complaint associated with them, and how many may not?
Well, out of these particular cases, I believe there's 26 of the cases that had a complaint attached to it, either from a claim investigation or initiated by the chief of police or both.
Right. What I'm asking is, if we looked at the full universe of the categorical use of force cases that were heard in 2018, and those that had an administrative disapproval or out of policy finding. Do we know what that universe is, and what is the subset of those that's reflected here? That, like, you know, how large is the universe compared to those that had?
Generally, my understanding is, and from just experience, I think we average somewhere around 70 to 80 categorical uses of force a year. And of those, I think probably the use of force, annual use of force report would be the best source of accurate data. But my recollection is that there's somewhere around 50% or approaching 50% have some out of policy aspect to them. And of those, then we have in this particular case, for cases that were adjudicated in 2018, we have 26 individual cases that had some type of actual complaint attached to it. But when it's out of policy, that doesn't mean that there's not some action taken by the department, and that's within the chief of police's purview.
In with regard to the complaints in these cases, are they necessarily complaints that initiated from the subject of the case or the public, or may some of the complaints emanate from some of the other work that you are doing, or where would you say the lion's share, if there is any lion's share of complaints originating?
Well, I think the lion's share for the out of policy aspect of either the tactics or the use of force. I mean, that's the substance of the majority of the complaints. We know that some people that are involved in a use of force, and I'm not talking, members of the public, do file claims against the city, for the actions of the department. And sometimes those are substantiated by nature of the police commission findings and our own internal investigation, and sometimes they're not.
This also does not include if we initiate a complaint because somebody used profanity or somebody made a complaint other than related to the categorical.
That's correct.
Okay, helpful. Just wanted to take a quick run through on page 11 on the lower right-hand corner. There's a description of the acronyms and that relate to the various forms of discipline. And can you just take a quick run through and of course I'm familiar with the last one, with no penalty. I think I can probably surmise what that. And termination, can probably surmise what that means. But what are the others out of statute? What's the distinction between the official reprimand and an admonishment? Can you just kind of give us a flavor?
Certainly. These are pretty much our standard disciplinary actions that would be the same in most any type of misconduct investigation or allegations. An admonishment is in effect a verbal correction. It's a reprimand, an oral reprimand, if you will. Directed to a board or a hearing is when we usually send somebody for removal, and that's directed to a board of rights. Sustained no penalty is just that. The allegation was sustained, but there's no penalty. Usually that involves training or counseling. Unable to impose penalty is typically when someone either resigns or retires with the discipline pending. Suspension is, I think, obvious. I mean, it's you're being suspended from duty for a certain number of days with the subsequent loss of pay. Demotion is a demotion in rank. Perhaps you're a sergeant, you've been demoted to a police officer, you're a detective, and you've been demoted to a police officer, or any rank reduction. And OR is an official reprimand. That's a written reprimand from the chief of police regarding conduct that was found to be out of policy. And termination is obviously that. It's removal from the department. And out of statute is when, for whatever reason, and we don't have too many of these, but from time to time we miss a statute date because of either an investigation or just things happen. Rarely are they of any significant case, though.
And then I guess the at least final question for now, and it may be a question to the chief. In this column on the discipline, how much of this relates to discipline that may be imposed by the chief versus, say, by the Board of Rights, or does everything come to? Can you kind of clarify where the buck stops, if you will? So, in other words, are there penalties that are imposed directly by a Board of Rights that you don't even review or review or change, or does everything come to your desk for final determination?
The protocols require that proposed discipline that the chief of police makes is up to 22 days is something that I'm allowed by charter to impose subject to the officer having the ability to contest that at a Board of Rights. Any recommended penalty by me greater than 22 days is what's termed as a directed Board of Rights. In a directed Board of Rights, that tribunal then will find guilt or innocence and then make their finding as to a recommended penalty that I am not allowed to increase. I can only adopt or decrease.
But so I'm still trying to understand, like there's one case on here where there was a 65-day suspension. Would that have been imposed by a Board of Rights or would it have been imposed by the chief?
Anything you see here that is greater than 22 days would have been as a result of a Board of Rights. And then the other point of you could also see suspensions here for the public who doesn't have access to this record. There was 39 cases on pages 10 and 11, and of those cases, 4 of them there were 12 cases that were out of policy on the shooting, and of those 12 cases, there were 3 of the 12 that resulted in 4 of the 12 that resulted in a suspension. The greatest amount was 65 days, and then 22 days, 20 days, and then 5 days in descending order. So anything less than 23 days, 22 days or less, could have been an opt board. Officer says, as the chief, I intended to impose discipline of 10 or 22 days, and the officer opted for a board, the officer just accepted the penalty that I found. I don't have that information here in front of us. Obviously, those are all cases that we can backtrack to give you the mechanics of how the established process was exercised.
Thank you. I think, I would just kind of go back to where we started, where my suggestion, at least to the board, to the commission, would be that we take a look as to how to make the report a little more meaningful. And it's not to say that this is lacking in meaning. It's just to say that it's very difficult to kind of put the pieces together. And I know there are certain element of it, including the categorical use of force, and then the IG that has a report on the 148s and so on. But I think we can get a better sense going forward, really, as to what not only we should the information we receive, but what we can potentially do about it in certain areas.
Yeah, I do concur with that, and I don't want to say that this is unhelpful. It is helpful because I can, based upon what you provide, look over comparison over years and see how department has improved or not, say in the area of traffic, which is an increasing problem, it appears from the statistics. But as you said earlier, every case has a story behind it, and understanding how we got to these numbers, I think, is important. And the commission will pick a subcommittee, Commissioner Bonner, where it should most appropriately go and have that conversation with you.
Even the questions are helpful, ma'am, because we can determine what areas of interest you have, and I think we can come up with a really nice executive summary.
And I would just, for the chief's review of this, again, this is a report that's meant to support the commission's interest. As each of you have indicated, discipline is a complex issue in the sense of what aspect are we talking about? For instance, when it involves staff or command officers, what's the outcome? What types of allegations are involved? Whether or not those allegations resulted in sustained penalties, and whether or not those staff and command officers were treated differently by perusing this information. I think there's an opportunity to look at just that snapshot. I would draw your attention, though, because I'm particularly encouraged by what body-worn video appears to be playing as far as a role. And perhaps I could direct the chief or the commander to talk about that relative to what we've seen year after year, relative to the impact we believe the body-worn video is doing to demonstrate the validity or lack thereof of complaints, particularly public complaints.
Certainly. As you can see, and I'm trying to find the page for you, page 4, demonstrably false complaints that we can show are demonstrably false have increased dramatically since the advent of body-worn video in 2016. As an example, in 2016, on the number of actual complaints, we were able to determine that 75 were demonstrably false. And there's 2 reasons for demonstrably false complaints. One is that the entire incident was captured on body-worn video or some type of video, digital in-car. The other one is if we can show that somebody has demonstrated a pattern of grossly irrational thought, chronic complaints. The majority of our demonstrably false complaints do come from video. And as you can see, it increased from 75 in 2016 to 166 in 17 and 326 in 2018. We're fully deployed in body-worn video. One of the things that we've looked at from internal affairs standpoint is the understanding of the commands as the complainant comes in, as they get that first complaint. We want them to have time to review the body-worn video to be able to make a determination on whether or not there's any substance there, or if the entire complaint is demonstrably false. If they can make that determination, it saves a great amount of time. When we talk about the discipline system and the satisfaction with the discipline system, it saves a tremendous amount of time for the supervisors to not have to investigate that complaint, because they've determined it at its intake that it's false. And the other thing it does is it reduces the stress on the officer, knowing that they have a complaint hanging over their head for 5 months to a year while the thing is being investigated. So it is beneficial. And then also we notify the complainant almost immediately that that their complaint is false, or that there is no evidence substantiating that. So it has had a significant impact, I think, on our handling of complaints, and we hope that continues as our commands and our supervisors learn how to use that tool in a better way. That's one of the things that I takes out to the field.
Appreciate that. Thank you. And I think where I'd be going with this is analyzing the numbers more to determine what more can be done for prevention, so that we don't get into some of these situations. Some of them, depending on the incident, can be addressed through more training, things like that, and other issues are far more complex. And that's where, when we have that meeting, I'd like to focus some of my attention. But Commissioner Goldsmith, did you say you had a question, or did we cover that?
Thank you for this. Every year when we look at this report, what jumps out at me, and I know other commissioners in the past, has been the very low, the zero rate of sustaining bias policing complaints. And we discuss that every year, and have developed a number of approaches to that, including the bias policing report and other things. But I wonder if you could, just for the benefit of the new commission in this moment in time, to not let this 0% sustained rate go by unacknowledged and addressed, to just share your perspective on that and what the department's doing about that. And if you could also talk about the bias policing report in that context as well.
Well, I believe the bias policing report is pending in front of this commission, which also talks about some of the preventative measures and training and those types of things to try to our efforts to reduce those number of complaints. As far as bias policing complaints are concerned, in 2018, I believe we had 274 total bias policing complaints, and of those,
which year did you say?
2018.
It's 494.
That's the number of officers that were involved.
Oh, I see.
That were accused, because most of our officers ride in two-person cars, and typically both are accused, during any bias policing complaint. And as far as that's concerned, we fully investigate those complaints. We have body-worn video. 50 of the, I don't have the, I might have the number here if you can bear with me, the number that were determined to be demonstrably false by body-worn video. But at the same time, we had 50 of those complaints that were mediated, which is one of the things that we've been, stressing, with our officers and with members of the public, in cooperation with the city attorney's office, to conduct mediation so everybody understands better, and so it's not a perceptual type of issue. Like always, it is very hard to prove what is in somebody's mind at any particular point in time. We do go back and we look at people, when somebody is accused, we look at the number of citations they've written, we look at who they're to, we look at their arrest records, we look at where they work. I mean, it's a comprehensive review of an officer's conduct when a bias policing complaint is made. So.
The other thing we do is, when we review the videos related to this, even if they didn't say or do anything outwardly, we try to determine what their behavior is. If they walk up to somebody and they are abrupt, or they're they appear to be more aggressive in their approach. We try to determine what it is about that person that makes somebody feel the way they feel, and then we try to provide training in that area to avoid future occurrences.
And that is what you'll see in the bias policing report. It's where we went through and reviewed 100 plus videos and extracted, what we tried to see is something that may be a commonality between the contacts that would create, that may tend to lead toward a complaint.
I appreciate that. And do we know when the bias policing report's coming out?
Next week? Is it next week?
We have not received the report in the office yet, ma'am.
Okay. Well, I was going to ask about the review of body-worn video and how that's impacting all this and what you're learning from that. So I'm eager to hear about that during the report and appreciate that extra level of diligence regardless of the result of a particular complaint. And I wanted to ask, too, this is relevant to the next item, but we can talk about it here, which is I appreciate that the department has acknowledge that there are a number of ways to address bias policing. Training, certainly the department's put a significant emphasis on training and has actually done, tremendous amount in terms of training the entire department in an ongoing way and fully staffing PSL and all that. And I think that's huge, and we need to keep doing that and keep focusing on that and understanding the successes and challenges of that and what we're learning from that. And I appreciate, too, the department has acknowledged, procedural justice, community policing, stop data, and other strategies that address bias policing. So wanted to see if we could address those matters in the next bias policing report. Maybe that's already planned, but just kind of putting on the record if we could make sure to address the department's comprehensive approach to bias policing, and also the mediation. We've talked about this a lot in past commission meetings, but mediation has been shown to be extremely effective as a way of really getting to the root cause of these issues. And so I'm glad to hear that that's being addressed or continued to be used, and look forward to hearing more during the bias policing report about the ongoing progress of that and resolving obstacles that may be interfering with officers' interest in participating in mediation, et cetera.
Certainly.
If you look at, in line with what the chief said, if you look at page 4 and the number of complaints that have been considered demonstrably false, exonerated, or unfounded, there's also an increase in sustained based on body worn and digital in-car. So it kind of rubs both ways. It just is good evidence.
Mm-hmm. Thank you, Chief. Are there other questions from commissioners? No. Public comment on this item? Do we have cards?
We have 6 cards. Mr. Herman, Mr. Novak, Wayne, Hamid Khan, Akili, and Melina Abdullah.
Mr. Herman? And Mr. Novak. Novak, please.
Mike! There's Mike. Hey, Mike, based on your report, as you restack the condescending comments you referred to in your report, dated 2018 to current September 25, 2019, based on BPC number 190269. Am I on topic? Where's the Mina bird? Topic. Now, based on Mr. Bonner regarded something quote unquote, said, we take a look how? What do you mean you take a look how? You haven't taken a look at none of this report. You don't know shit regarding the department's report, except the recommendations need to come from the public's side who participate on a weekly basis and know what the report reflects regarding annual complaints, that our rank and file are considerably below what they should be approved for, as opposed to be retaliated against because they're whistleblowers. They don't like the bullshit of what you do with your complaint process, and for that reason, they are punished.
Mere words don't punish people. It's people who abuse our words that punish the law. Because the law reflects United States versus Bagdasarian 09-50529 to reflect the record. And I'm going to read a portion to reflect that.
Thank you, sir. Mr. Novick?
I'm glad Shane Goldsmith called attention to the 0% uphold on biased policing complaints. But again, I think that you have to look at this in a deeper way. The whole discipline thing is based on the idea that the problem is police misconduct. And that's not the problem. The problem is the conduct of policing. In other words, if you have a city where 9% of the population is black and 40% of the homeless population is black, and the city is criminalizing homelessness, and the police are enforcing that criminalization, then it doesn't matter if any individual officer is biased or says anything racist. You're enforcing a system of racism and white supremacy. And so that's the fundamental problem. I also have a question whether there's a relationship between the reduction in the report from being 65 pages to 11 has anything to do with the fact that the state of California passed the law saying that disciplinary records need to be open to the public for examination to understand who's out on the streets policing them. And whether you're actually trying to hide or obscure the information by putting it in this tabular form that apparently a lot of members of the commission had problems with. There was one line there in which the copy that you put out there has a hole stapled through it to put it in the ring binder, so I can't tell, but it looks like it says something like unequal treatment in the workplace, and if that's a complaint about the police, I assume it's a police officer making such a complaint about being treated unequally in the LAPD. So I'm wondering if anybody looked at that and what that reflects about the culture of the department.
Sir?
That's right, the rabbi. Now, mediation. Mediation is a good thing. Now, you see, it's so nice, then, since our visit to the corrupt TRO court, we went over there a couple of weeks ago, and we had some mediation on a complaint by Mr. T-Fag. He filed for mediation, see. So mediation, judges, commissioners, referees, just a bunch of Jew fucking thieves when you really think about it. That's what they all are. Civil rights is a violation if it's a violation of civil rights. Plain and simple. All this lollygagging, all this stuff. So I propose a new solution, a biblical type of solution that will save this department millions of dollars. So here's what we do. We put a gun in the middle of the table, and we put one round in the chamber, and we take turns flipping it through, and each of us takes and fires it in the air, and the first person to fire it loses. How about that? Let's give it, this is what, let's go back to the old days. See, my family, we escaped from the East Ukraine back before the revolution. We understand how this shit works.
Sir, if you could come back to the
know,
topic
it's
of
about
the complaint
mediation. You bleach blonde fucking cunt. Don't you understand it's about mediation? That's what you said. Stop interrupting me. I'm on topic. Listen,
You're not
the
on
rabbi,
topic, sir.
I am
Get
teaching
back
you.
To the complaint report.
Yes, the rabbi is teaching you about how to mediate disputes. Stop playing the fuck around. If it's a violation, get out the fucking checkbook and pay. Stop this jack shit.
Thank you, sir. Mr. Khan, you're up next, and then Mr. Akili and Dr. Abdullah.
Sorry for that. Had a phone call. So one of the spins that is being put out today is the magic pill that the body camera is being demonstrated as. That all of a sudden the body worn camera is going to be this all-encompassing officer misconduct accountability tool. The fact is, Shane Goldsmith, while you did raise this issue of previous police commissioners, Robert Salzman he basically quit this commission in frustration. He was a professor of law at USC, going back to it, because one of the biggest thing was that continuing on, it has been zero sustained, not in 2018, not just in 2017, not just in 2016, in 2015 it's zero sustained, in 2014 it's zero sustained, in 2013 it's zero sustained, in 2012 it's been zero sustained. So there was life before body cameras. It's not that, like, body cameras all of a sudden have become this magic pill as a remedy to this thing. So we're looking at a culture, and we have to stop. This is Bratton's fucking legacy about biased policing. We have to call it what it is. It's racial profiling. Can we get back to that? Because it was Bratton who forced this whole change in language as well. So it's clearly racial profiling. We're looking at an institution of racial profiling. We're looking at a practice of racial profiling. And when we say that, that it's 494, and he comes back and he says it's 200 something, well, it's 494 officers who are involved in racial profiling. There could be 10 of them in one incident. And each one of them, talk to Rodney King. How many officers were there? Was one incident, right? But there were like 20 million officers kicking and beating and batoning and messing the shit out of his body. So I think let's really stop this spin on language. Let's get back to the facts. There was life before body cameras, and the life before body cameras has shown a continuing pattern of racial profiling and a complete neglect as to what people are saying, because the message you are telling Angelenos are that we are a bunch of liars. And it is extremely disempowering, and it completely discourages people to come forward and file these reports.
Thank you, sir. Mr. Akili, and then Dr. Abdullah.
I kill it with Black Lives Matter, like I need to say that. I know, but I want to say that. First of all, this is a question in my mind of trust. If I wanted to hide something, I would put it in a report like that. If I wanted to obfuscate something, I would put it in a report like that. It's not easy to ascertain. It's not easy to find out information. And the points that stick out are the police are never wrong. They don't profile. They don't engage in biased policing. That's what you can find in a report that is as dense as that and is as misleading as that. And so ultimately, the report says we are never wrong. We are infallible. We are always right. At least what I could sustain from that, because we don't profile and we don't engage in biased policing. So we okay. In effect, that's what they're saying. That's what that dense, convoluted, confusing report ultimately says. And in a community where trust is as low as it is, you all need to do a better job of, at least if you're going to issue a report about complaints, doing a better job. And finally, it makes no sense to put complaints in the police department. They should be in neutral facilities that I don't want to have to go to him to complain about him. That's right. And so why don't you put it in churches or nonprofits so that I don't have to face him to talk about her? So I would ask you, one, to dismiss that report altogether, two, put the complaint reports in neutral facilities.
Thank you, sir. Dr. Abdullah.
So I think that you all can see through this. There's no way that an average of 500 complaints of discriminatory, racially biased policing are all unfounded. There's no way. There's no way. So this is what happens when you investigate yourselves, right? This is what happens when the police are in charge of saying whether the community is right or the police are right, right? I assume that Dale Bonner and Sandra Figueroa Villa have relationships in our communities, and you know that it's not just a matter of perception that there is racism at the hands of police, that there are no incidents of racism carried out by LAPD. That's absolutely ridiculous. And so I kind of feel like, as I was sitting there and processing what I'm going to say and why I'm going to say it, I started to feel like those folks who were filing these complaints that were coming up were saying that, you know, this is an impossibility. You know that you have probably people that you know that have experienced racism at the hands of police, right? And so for them to say that none of them are sustained is a lie. But the question becomes, what are you going to do about it? Right? Are you going to do the same thing that the police department is doing? Right? Are you going to say, yeah, they're right, 0 or sustained. We're going to accept this report unanimously because that's what you always do. That's what you've been conditioned to do. Or are you going to say, we're not going to accept this report and we're going to engage in a formal inquiry into why there are no complaints that are sustained? The community gets it. That's why there's only 500 filed, because we understand that when we file complaints of racial bias, they're unfounded. They're dismissed by the department. It's your job to hold them accountable.
Thank you, Doctor. The request made of us is to approve the department's report. I'll add with a modification requested by Commissioner Bonner to do follow-up with respect to the format and content of the report. Is there a motion to do so?
Don't vote yes, vote
It's moved. Is it seconded? I'll second it. All in favor? Aye. All opposed? No opposition. It passes 4-0. The Inspector General's report on national best practices. Thank you very much. There we go. If you could take the table and introduce yourselves, and of course begin by providing Mr. Inspector General, will they be providing an overview first, or?
They certainly will, and I'll do, if it's okay, I can do a brief introduction for them. So I'm Mark Smith, Inspector General for Los Angeles Police Commission, and in front of you are Assistant Inspector General Camelia Naguib and Police Special Investigator Julie Buchwald. By way of hopefully a brief background on our report, back in sort of 2015 and 2016, there are two very substantial reports put out on national policing, one by President Obama's Task Force on 21st Century Policing, and one by the Police Executive Research Forum that dealt specifically with use of force. Those two national reports included a series of guidelines for police across the country, and the OIG, a couple of years back, really took a snapshot on how does LAPD measure up to those varied guidelines from those two reports. 2 years have gone by since that initial report to the Commission. What the initial report found basically is that there were many of those recommendations that were very standard practice for LAPD, which was a positive thing for us to see. However, with the complexity of those recommendations, there were also a number that could be always improved upon, and so we sought to measure up where the department could do better and how they could do better. Over the last couple of years since the OIG's initial report on this topic, there have been additional improvements made by the department. We wanted to take another look back and see where does the department stand now with the implementation of those varied guidelines. The last thing I'll say before turning it over to staff is that we looked in 7 primary areas, which staff will describe in a little more detail, to determine how the department measures up to the guidelines put out by those two bodies. And as you'll see and notice, a number of those guidelines are, some of them are sort of check the box, so to speak. Does your department do this correctly or not? And there were a number of those that the department I think successfully checked those boxes, but a lot of the recommendations are also more complex and nuanced in nature. There were guidelines of how policing should occur, how different culture should be permeated through the organization, through its training, recruiting, policies, etc. And those more complex recommendations are ones that I think are ongoing pursuits for any good law enforcement agency, including this one. There are many successes made by the department, and staff will discuss those, but in our minds they are a constant source of needing to monitor and check and see how the department can improve as it changes its own training and changes its own policies. Are they consistent with those guidelines? And so we'll turn it over to staff now to give you a snapshot across those primary 7 areas. How does the department look with regard to those recommendations? And Ms. Naguib, if you would get us started.
Good morning. So I'll just briefly go over the 7 areas and some of the changes that have been made since our report. The first topic we reviewed was one that represents a primary recommendation of the President's task force, which is that agencies adopt procedural justice as a guiding value for the organization's policies and practices. For those who are not familiar, the concept of procedural justice is based on research that shows that how people are treated during an encounter may have as much impact on their perception of the police as the outcome or the legality of that encounter. The same principle is true when it comes to internal procedural justice, or how employees are treated inside the organization. Since the OIG's report, the department has focused on emphasizing the importance of this concept on expanding and shoring up its training on the topic. Some of these efforts include the creation of a high-level working group, the implementation of new training modules, the distribution of briefings and materials, and the planned incorporation of a procedural justice assessment into video reviews by supervisors. The department has also taken steps to improve procedural justice among employees, including the distribution of a department-wide survey and the creation of a special purpose working group on improving the disciplinary process. The second area we looked at is that of biased policing. The OIG's recommendations in this area focused primarily on continuing to develop and support training in implicit bias and cultural competency, including involving community members in the process where appropriate. The report also recommended that the department find ways to take lessons learned about identifying and mitigating implicit bias and find ways to apply those outside the classroom. Since the report, the department has completed implicit bias training for all employees and now provides that same training to all incoming officers. It continues to incorporate biased content into trainings at all levels of the LAPD. The department has also begun to develop some mechanisms that may serve to mitigate the effects of implicit bias in police activities. These include, for example, the expanded collection of stop data, supervisory review of stop videos, and efforts to increase officer engagement with the community in a non-enforcement capacity. The department is also working on a strategy for analyzing the stop data for potential bias and other issues, and will submit an update on the biased policing policy. Next, we looked at the topic of transparency. The OIG recommended the department continue to expand the information that is shared with the public and that it conduct and analyze regular surveys of the community. Since the report, the department has continued to increase the information posted online, including policies and procedures, historical reports, disciplinary information, and information about critical incidents. The department is currently working to comply with SB 978, which requires that additional training materials be posted online, including the use of force tactical directives that are referenced in the OIG's initial report. It has also continued to conduct community surveys and is looking for ways to strengthen and expand that process. The fourth topic we reviewed is a recommendation that agencies collect, report, and analyze data on a variety of topics, including stops, arrests, and uses of force. Since the report, the department has been working to update and expand the types of data that are collected and reported by the LAPD. The processes include the implementation of AB 953, which required the department to begin collecting a great deal more information about each pedestrian and vehicle stop. Other efforts have included the posting of monthly statistics about police contacts with the public, publication of monthly discipline reports, the ongoing expansion of its open data system, and continued publication of its annual use of force report. As mentioned, the department is also working on a process to analyze and use the expanded stop data collected through AB 953 and to report demographic statistics to the public. Next, we looked at the use of force with an emphasis on recommendations made by PERF, or the Police Executive Research Forum. At the time of our initial report, we found that the department had already implemented most of PERF's recommendations, and that many of these were longstanding practices at the LAPD. Since the OIG's report, the department has published a training bulletin requiring officers to provide first aid to victims, suspects, and other members of the public, in keeping with their level of training and when it is safe to do so. It has also continued its outreach to families of people with mental illness and to improve its own strategies for dealing with mental health crisis situations in order to minimize the potential for the use of force. Finally, the department has implemented a series of policy changes related to the non-categorical use of force, as recommended by the OIG in 2013. We also looked briefly at policies on stops and searches. In keeping with the principles of procedural justice, the department has been working on ways to reinforce and hold officers accountable for policies requiring that they explain the reason why they stopped a person and provide a business card to people who are detained. And the final area we looked at was that of community policing. The OIG's recommendations in this area focused on the importance of engaging all officers in non-enforcement activities with the community, particularly communities that have historically had difficult relationships with the police. Since the report, the department has been working on ways to track and incentivize community engagement activities for all officers. Some of these efforts include the use of a working group to develop meaningful measures of community engagement, the planned incorporation of special codes in the dispatch system to track officers' time spent in the community, the tracking of community activities through the CompStat process, and the assignment of probationary employees to senior lead officers to learn about community engagement strategies. As some of the initiatives discussed here are still in the planning stage, we will continue to track their progress and implementation. So that's just a brief overview of the 7 areas we looked at, and I'd be happy to answer any questions you might have. I think the Inspector General might have one comment.
Just to finish up our summary presentation before questions. So, Commissioners, I would say that we found a number of advancements and successes on the part of the department across all the 7 primary areas we looked at. And that was a positive thing for us in this report. But as I mentioned earlier, a number of these things, irrespective of the advancements made by this department, are sort of ongoing, continuous pursuits. That's what some of these principles from these reports were guidelines of, and so I think they will always require further looks.
Thank you. Commissioner Goldsmith, do you want to go first?
Sure. I have a number of questions, but would be interested in the Chief's reflections on the report first.
Good morning, Commissioners. I believe it's a fair representation of where we're at. I think it does demonstrate a great deal of work that's been done. I appreciate the cooperative nature of working with the Inspector General as they look into areas and explore and clarify with staff, so we have an accurate depiction of our scorecard here. I do think that the challenges that we've had, particularly relative to staff, to do some of the transparency issues that in California, in Los Angeles, that our efforts to comply with the emerging laws as to the production of documents and making, whether those be prior officer-involved shootings or complaints or all our training materials and policies and guidelines, that those specific actions are quite involved, and I'm proud that we will attain the compliance with the law. But I will reflect that in working with our colleagues around the LA County area, that this is one of our most challenging issues for law enforcement, is to do that. We are committed to making it happen. I recognize that that's not done today, but we're committed, and this will be achieved.
Okay, thank you. Thank you so much to the Inspector General's office for this report. It's very thorough, and appreciate all the detail and the work that goes into it, and appreciate the department's engagement in it as well, and efforts to be responsive to produce this level of information. So we talked about the bias policing issue a little bit in the previous item. Obviously it's very frustrating to see 0% of the complaints sustained, and this report here and other reports that come to the commission acknowledge that there is implicit bias in all of us, that there is racially biased policing, and that these are efforts to address that. So I think we can do a deeper dive at the bias policing meeting when that report comes forward, but I would be interested in the department's reflections on work to address racial bias in the department. And, in addition to training, all of the recommendations here related to, community policing, procedural justice, and other efforts to address bias policing.
And I'm going to invite, along with Commander Burt, if Dr. Pinnell would step forward, in that your particular interest is in the area of training relative to implicit bias and procedural justice.
Hi again. Commander Burt from Risk Management Legal Affairs.
Dr. Luann Pinnell from Police Training and Education.
And just before I answer, I wanted to echo thank you to the Inspector General and this phenomenal team. The collaboration and the feedback in the report, I've never had that level, and thank you so much. So, and echo the Chief's comments, a very thorough and thoughtful report. When it comes to bias policing, did you want to talk about the training first? Okay, so I'll just start that some of our concepts now that we're in the final process, although it's still at meet and confer, taking body-worn video and digital in-car video, and this is a project out of the Office of Operations, and essentially analyze that for procedural justice and what that means, looking at the essentially grading cops in a sense on voice, neutrality, respect, and trustworthiness. And that's coming out of OO in terms of how we're another step on dealing with that. As for bias policing training, I'd have to defer to Dr. Pinnell.
Good morning. So in 2017, we trained the whole department in implicit bias by Dr. Marks. And I guess what I would present there is that would be a first foundational discussion. Implicit bias training in a classroom is only a foundational piece, and what is our responsibility and mandate is to continue to expand that and look at how do we then move beyond just a discussion on implicit bias and look at what is the remedy. And it's not quick or easy, but the discussion around procedural justice provides us the framework to talk about an antidote to implicit bias. We all have biases, and we've discussed that. So for our officers to look at maintaining the tenets of procedural justice gives us a format to say, even as we, how do we suspend or put aside our whatever bias that we might have and provide a fair and impartial service in whatever we are doing. At whatever level in the department. I think the other interesting piece of this discussion, both having had the complaint presentation earlier, is the parallel process of both the internal procedural justice, are officers treated fairly, do they have a voice, is there respect and neutrality and trustworthiness within our internal processes that will also translate to external and how we treat the community that we serve. So throughout, after we moved from the implicit bias training, we have integrated that, particularly aspects of it, but have pushed on to the further discussion of procedural justice. And not just to make it a classroom discussion, but an applied discussion. So we are looking to integrate that more into our scenario training as well. And just actually at this last consortium meeting from Post, they are integrating another 12 hours into academy training, 8 hours on principled policing, and 4 hours integrating procedural justice into use of force scenarios. So that'll be integrated into all academy training within by the next year, starting in January.
The other two protocols, ma'am, on implicit bias protocols to mitigate bias that we're looking at is we just completed a review of stop data. That report was just sent to the chief of police with an overview, and he's asked me to drill down some more specific numbers. But essentially, in looking at stop data, specifically looking at the people that we have stopped multiple times over the past 2 years, and doing an analysis of what that of what that looks like. And then the other request or recommendation that came out of the report was that we update our bias policing language to include reference to immigration status, homeless status, and language fluency. And we finished that draft finally, and it is waiting to be reviewed by this body.
Great, thank you. And since you mentioned the stop data, I was interested, we've talked before, and I think we've seen recommendations from the Inspector General's office in multiple reports, including the 148 report and the GED report and this report, to get in the habit of creating a process for ongoing analysis and reporting of this data to us. And so I know that you have contracted with a firm to look at the data and report back. So I'm interested in when that report's coming forward to us in terms of the analysis of the data and recommendations for improvement by JSS, and also interested in the scope of the working group that's referred to in the report, and when that working group might report back to us. And maybe this is all one big report back to us, but it was mentioned separately in the report.
It was. So the stop data report, the study we had done, I'm in the process of tightening that up, and I would feel comfortable offering to the commission that if we could do this within a month from now, that'd be
And Commander Byrd, if you'd frame how expansive or restricted that analysis is, it's not, I want to make sure the Commission understands it is a snapshot of data as far as what we're looking at in this report.
Correct. We looked at a snapshot of every single stop, FI, arrest in the last, completed in the last 2 years, recognizing with the data there are several limitations. If you have a very common last name, for example, it tends to skew the data. And then we break those down and look at percentages of arrests, sites, and stops and then overlay that with looking at African American, Hispanic, and white populations, comparing that to census populations to look and see where we were with that, and then ultimately did a closer biopsy of the really large number of stops if there was somebody stopped over 50 times or 10 times or et cetera. So
the JSS report, that would be separate, and do we know when that's coming back or coming to us?
I believe we're in the final throes of it. I saw a rough draft of it and have asked for some further clarification so that it's completed staff work. And I believe that's, Commander Burt, your estimation as far as getting that back?
Yeah, to you within 2 weeks, and if you approve it, sir, then to the commission shortly thereafter.
Okay.
So,
sure, yeah.
And then the stop data working group is something I know we've kicked around how to do it, and it's really not an aversion to having a working group. I frankly welcome it. So we have a meeting this afternoon to kick this working group off, certainly with the commission and every aspect of our department that it touches, including the Inspector General, but the good folks from IG, the Office of Constitutional Policing, and every office here from operations and special operations has been asked to send a representative. The challenge in this, in discussing this in the last few years, is as we amass this data, and there have been studies done and in early 2000s on this with some findings that we've struggled with as an organization, but to come up with a strategy that gives us something meaningful and actionable, I think that's the point of this working group. We're dealing with, when we're asking about stop data and looking at it and slicing it and dicing it and saying, what does it mean? That is a question that this nation, I think law enforcement struggles with. What does this mean, and how do we analyze it, and how do we grow from what we find? And I welcome this working group.
Appreciate that.
Thank you, Commissioner. I'm just interrupting her questioning just to do a follow-up so I don't have to go back to it later. With respect to the stop data that you're talking about, this is the LAPD's internal data. It's not the RIPA data that's being reported to the state. Is that correct, what you're analyzing?
This is all the arrest data from LAPD, the FI data from LAPD, and all the AFDRs that we gather.
It's a more expansive group.
More expansive. I understand. Thank you.
Yes.
Did you want to jump in on that too? Okay. So on community policing, is that you two or somebody else?
It's Office of Operations can speak to that probably better than me.
So one of the things this report calls for is that community policing be infused throughout the culture and organizational structure, and that officers be evaluated on that basis. I've attended lots of CompStat meetings, and I'm glad to always see that being a priority for discussion in CompStat. I'm also glad to see the note in the report about juvenile diversion, which is an important part of that. But interested in learning more about the CSP evaluation, when it'll be completed, when we'll see the results of that, and if you could also talk specifically about the way in which the CSP evaluation and potentially the CSP steering committee are addressing not only the CSP program, it's you again, but this broader issue of really infusing alternatives to enforcement approaches called community policing throughout the department's interactions with the public.
With respect to the CSP project, ma'am, that Dr. Georgia Leap is working on, It's a qualitative and quantitative analysis I discussed briefly at the Police Commission about 6 weeks ago. We anticipate findings with that at a report at the end of this year. That's I think they're still going through the final throes of the qualitative analysis and interviewing different community members. But I think the statistics they've locked down now. By now, with regard to the larger group, the Office of Operations is doing, I don't have information on that. So,
on the infusion into the department process and thinking, certainly that pairs up with training, but it also pairs up with our efforts on procedural justice. And so what we want to do is not have sort of a whack-a-mole approach to this, that these are integrated concepts. And so as we're looking in every area where we're infusing procedural justice, that cannot be absent from the community conversation. Both the feedback that we get back, we will incorporate into the training, but some of the shifts in thinking, and I think you will see it both in the leadership brief from the chief of police that goes out once a quarter now. We are having consistent messaging around that community outreach effort.
Good morning, ma'am. Commander Mike Ramkunis. I'm the Assistant Director of Office of Operations. So just to add to the conversation, what the Office of Operations is doing in the area of procedural justice is we're creating an audit. We're working with our league, and we're trying to have conversations with our working folks out in the basic cars every single day. So we've created sort of an audit that's going to contain procedural justice, tactics, and community engagement, et cetera, just to evaluate how our folks are doing, because a lot of this, it is a new concept for our folks. And we believe that training, reviewing body-worn videos, examining contacts out in the field, and then our supervisors out in the field can have direct conversations with our folks daily, right after incidents occur. So, that's going to be in line with the OIG audit, in comparison of looking at our gang units and Metropolitan Division. But we feel with this checklist will get us into the review of the body worn and really examine the stops and contacts that our folks have, so we can have real-time information and discussions. And it's a teaching moment. Everything we do is a teaching moment, and we do teaching with our recruits and things, but also we have to identify the folks that are out in the field that are working, that have 15 to 20 years on in the field that may not buy into procedural justice. It's our job to teach that, and this is sort of a way that we can get into the car, get into the conversations, and really train the complete department in that area.
And Commander Ramkunis, can you talk about your senior lead training and also the capturing of community contacts?
So what we're doing is that we have undertaken, we're sort of looking at changing our whole senior lead preview on policing. And what we've asked is our senior lead officers to really engage the community with various events. I'm sure you've been out to coffee with the cops and donut with the detective, just whatever we want to name it in the sense, so our senior lead officers can really get out in the communities, identify areas within the communities in which they work that maybe have been underrepresented by police, and then bring them into our stations, go out to their churches and things, and to really enhance our relationship with the community, but also make them part of what we're trying to accomplish, trying to listen to what the community concerns are. We've established a senior lead officer, we call it our community liaison officer, that we've implemented into our gang units, which I think is a real big step forward, where we have a senior lead officer that is strictly responsible for dealing with gang community issues, something that maybe really was never touched in the past, but he's the direct liaison with the communities. If you take, for instance, an area like Newton, there's 49 street gangs and 9.7 square miles. You need to have a community liaison officer that can deal directly with the community and touch the community and listen to what they have to say in a way that is not obtrusive, because we have to remember, the community is afraid to report as such. When there's a violent area and you have massive gang shootings, they need a direct contact. So that sort of philosophy, every division in the city is different, but they all experience a uniqueness of crimes and violent types of crimes. But establishing that liaison officer into that community, I think, is a step in the right direction, and really makes the community part of what we're really trying to accomplish. So I think those few things have we've taken a couple steps forward, just to enhance our relationship. And, I worked at Newton as a captain for a number of years, and that was really productive. And that was really something that the community valued, which when we say value is really important because we're getting information and we're providing information, the right way, I believe.
Right, thank you. I know the department does take this very seriously and appreciate the point about the whack-a-mole approach. And so without, taking up too much time, I'm trying to hone in just specifically on this idea of evaluating the various approaches and developing, metrics and systems for determining whether these are effective and all of that, which I think was meant to be a broader scope for the CSP evaluation and also for this working group. So I guess, I appreciate all the details about what is happening, but I guess I'm asking, at what point will we have a sense of what are the most effective, non-enforcement strategies, both to reducing crime and building trust, that the department then is trying to infuse throughout the culture and the work?
We are looking, because it's hard to measure, when we have various community events and we're meeting with community members, we can gauge, we can have conversations, and sometimes that can't be put into a metrics of the community feeling safe. But what we've realized in this process is there's many community members that are afraid to go to the meetings, that don't want to go to the meetings. There's a couple, we're looking at a couple different universities, maybe partnering up with different ways, different community surveys. We've built our community engagement group, which is our community liaison officers that go out every single day. But there's an elusive that was mentioned in the Officer and Inspector General's report that I believe Commissioner Bonner has contacted, and I've contacted, of looking at ways of reaching the folks that can't go to the meetings, that don't want to come for their own reasons, and trying to gauge and engage perceptions of the folks in which the areas we work, to figure out, all the different areas, the trustworthiness and respect, and are people feeling safe in their area. So we're still evaluating that, and we're still trying to find the best avenue to address. But the perceptions and things are hard to measure. We can do it daily, like I mentioned, in frequent contacts, in-person contacts, and at meetings that folks who usually support the police go to. But we are interested in the other folks that can't make it and have other concerns as well. But we're still evaluating, and we're looking at some different avenues in that area.
Okay. So maybe we'll just do a deeper dive on this when we have a special meeting on it in November, and then when this CSP evaluation comes back in December, just to try to narrow in on the metrics. I have two more questions. Oh, yes.
Well, I would encourage us to look towards that meeting, because I think that this is a rich area with deployment practices, training, community surveys and sentiments. There's a whole host of efforts and initiatives that I don't think that this team is necessarily prepared today to brief you on. Primarily, we've been responding to the oversight of this report.
Yeah. So two more questions. One is about the community survey. I'm disappointed to see that while we had asked for this survey to be annual, it looks like it's happening about every 2 years. So I'd like to know when. It looks like the next survey is beginning in December, so I'd like to know when that's going to be completed and reported back, and what the plans are for getting us onto an annual schedule.
Good morning, Commissioners. Assistant Chief Beatrice Grimala, Office of Support Services. At the end of May, Chief Moore asked me to look into some alternatives for us to take a look at gauging public sentiment throughout Los Angeles. And it sounded like an easy task until you actually try to delve down into getting something that is respected first and foremost by our community members as a means to reach out to them, to see what their needs and concerns are in the public safety realm. So partnering with the University Loyola Marymount and the Center for the Study of Los Angeles is where we are setting our sights. Primarily because it is a respected institution in the area of surveys, depth of surveys, the fact that they are seen as a neutral group that will go ahead and make the inquiries that the city deserves, that the community deserves, and the department needs to hear back from. So currently we're in the final processing stages of getting the public sentiment survey approved through the city channels. We're very close to having that solidified in the next week or so. And then we will proceed with meeting with the Center for the Study of Los Angeles to look at the different ways in which they are going to measure how the community feels about how their police department serves them. So I look forward in the future, if I'm invited back, to discuss in depth what that will look like, the different parameters and measures that the center will help us with, and also the autonomy that they will have with regard to the questions they are being asked to put forth to the community, and something that will be seen as an objective measure of what this police department is and, quite frankly, may not be delivering.
Thank you for all that. And so when did you say it would be coming, the results would be coming back to us?
Well, we haven't started the survey yet. We just went through the process of formalizing the contract with the university.
Excuse me, Chief, I'm sorry. Yes. Mr. Herman, if you continue to disrupt this meeting by making noises, I'll have you excused. Please sit quietly, sir. Chief, please continue.
Yes, absolutely. So we're looking at the contract to be solidified in the next week or two. It's just going through that process that we all know sometimes takes longer than a shorter length of time. And then we can give you the timeline on which we believe we will be getting some results. But we'll be looking at approximately 2,000 people within the city of Los Angeles that will be surveyed. There will be not only focus groups, but one-on-one type of encounters, inquiries through different measures and different processes, so we can believe that we are truly reaching out to the community as a whole. We'll also have the opportunity to focus on different sectors of the city where we believe there may be a deeper dive needed on seeing where we stand with community trust and issues in which we could get a roadmap for the department to improve.
Thank you. And what about the issue of being able to get then, once the new process is developed, to get back onto an annual schedule?
We are looking forward to that. Hopefully funding will be there to support that. But we think it's worthwhile not only to compare where we're at, but also, quite frankly, where we may fall short.
Okay. So what would be appropriate in terms of just, I would love to know when this finally is completed, and a time will pass between when the survey is completed and when the data analysis comes forward to the department. So just some way to check in, make sure, to understand when it gets done and when it is coming back to us.
Absolutely. I could check in with between 30 and 45 days, and perhaps if the commissioners would wish, could bring members of the LMU staff to come here and discuss what we're looking at with regard to how the surveys will be set up and the timelines for them as well, and also, quite frankly, to get your recommendations on what you'd like to see before we get too far ahead of ourselves, so that the community as well can feel that this is a worthwhile endeavor.
Okay. Thank you. Thank you for the time.
Thank you.
Thank you. And I just asked Mr. T. Feng to follow up with the chief on that. Thank you.
Gladly.
I'm going to come back in a minute to some other issues, but just on following up on the survey, just letting you know, one of the concerns that I have about the difficulty of surveys generally, but in this instance, is what I believe is probably a difficulty in really capturing input from some of those who are potentially most impacted by some of the very issues that we're looking at. So if you imagine, as we sit here now, a 14 or 15-year-old kid in South LA who may be sitting curbside being questioned right now, I don't know that that's the demographic of who's typically going to then fill out a survey, whether it's on a smartphone or a tablet, or fill out a form or file a complaint or what have you. So I'm really going to be looking closely to figure out how it is that in this we're going to go through all this time and this effort and invest all this money, and I want to make sure that we're really going to have some effective way of capturing everybody who may be impacted and not simply the demographic of people who like to express themselves or find a way to express themselves through the form of a survey.
Absolutely. To your concern, Mr. Bonner, I think we have to look for the ground truth. How do people honestly feel, not in some artificial set of circumstances, in an artificial building, in an artificial way that oftentimes surveys are conducted. And we oftentimes leave out large groups or large swaths of people in doing so. So I look forward to, again, getting recommendations not only clearly from the Chief of Police, from Mr. Smith and his staff, and from the commissioners on what you would really like to see to ensure that we touch every facet of our community, not just those where we routinely see ourselves going back to. I think that would defeat the purpose. It would be a waste of money, and it would have no credibility with this community, because they would say, here we go again with a survey that is touching the same group of people that are maybe in possession of technology, etc. But what about everybody else? What about the people out there who can't afford an iPad? What about the person out there who doesn't have a cell phone in their pocket? Is not their voice as important as the person who can financially secure those devices? They better be, or otherwise this survey will have little to no credibility, and we shouldn't be surprised if the community is skeptical at the results.
Absolutely. Thank you. Thank you. All right. I'm going to try. Some of my questions were covered, but I've got a few nonetheless. I'm going back to the this is the issue of procedural justice, and I won't go through all the details, but particularly on pages 3 and 4, there's a number of examples of some ways in which some steps and things are being taken. And I just want to understand, broadly speaking, is it accurate to say that that this is an effort to more formally address or assess these set of issues in promotions and performance reviews? Am I capturing that accurately?
So this goes back to the questions from earlier this morning, sir?
Yeah, I mean, and yes. Broadly, what I want to make sure that we're clear at, from my standpoint, is I think I share the view that at the end of the day, that when you think about accountability and those kind of things, that people, are likely to respond to those things that affect their promotional opportunities, how much money they're making, do they have a job, those kind of things. So I'm wanting to try to confirm, are we really making an effort here to further integrate or to find ways to assess and address procedural justice issues in connection with hiring, promotion, performance reviews?
Yes, I think the department is. I want to point to that. We're talking about an internal survey that came right after Chief Moore took office, led by Dr. Jablonski of Behavioral Sciences, when he looked at essentially a broad array of questions for the department. The department responded with 3 significant issues.
No, I'm not on the survey yet. I'm on there's the reference to the leadership brief on procedural justice, the employee training, the commander watch reviews, and then also this on the third, I guess, bullet on page 4. There's a reference to some of these issues are the subject to meet and confer with the union, I presume. So again, that's
so to me this
tells me that somebody's aware that or I'm hoping that's what it means, is that we're going to be taking a closer look at these issues in connection with personnel matters.
Yes, I think one of the good things is that we are working in partnership with multiple offices across the department, because it can't just be a training effort and we're speaking one way in training and then promotional exams don't reinforce it. And so I think that's where we are trying to infuse similar language so that officers reference and recognize that what they're learning in training is then being spoken throughout the department. On a different page, we just identify how it's in FTO training, it's in supervisor school, it's in watch commander school, it's in command development, because we need to have a synergy. And often when we have training, we have 30 people in a room, we send them to 21 different divisions. So how do we ensure that we have a consistency of messaging? So that all these items refer to that. We're using the same terminology in training that we're putting into the audits.
Yeah, I'm getting to a slightly different issue here. So you're training everyone, and I want to make sure that we know that not only the training is getting through,
but I have an idea of how effective it is. So one general approach is kind of what we spent a lot of time talking about this morning is, after the fact, you get, the lagging indicators that are manifest in complaints and things of that nature. What I'm asking is, are we doing more now to make sure that we are not only training people, giving them information, but we're evaluating them based on whether they are actually integrating and acting in accordance with the training that we're providing?
So in those different levels, again, it's not just content, it's what to do. So those supervisors are being trained on what to look for when they're watching body camera, so that it goes beyond just what they're doing in the classroom, but in their job, the applied application of procedural justice then is how to then have that conversation with the officers that work for them, and that they are correcting things that they see, that they are identifying it, and that they have a means of doing that. But again, so it's working in collaboration with the entities that are developing the audits, that are developing the promotional exams, and the conversations that, not just the conversations, the accountability in these all levels of the department.
I'm going to take one more try at it. So if I'm an officer in the department and I'm seeking a promotion and somebody's looking through my file, will they see a grade or something in my file that says how well I perform in connection with procedural justice, or whether I have any procedural justice shortcomings or issues? Or will they only see the fact that I got the stars because I attended the training and someone told me about procedural justice, but I'm not really evaluated on how well I understood it and incorporated it into my daily interactions?
I think, sorry.
So may have an answer.
And I'll just say on this question, in the report, it says that procedural justice is being incorporated into the review of watch commanders and supervisors. And I think a deeper understanding of what that exactly means is what we're looking for on that.
Thank you.
So we have all this training, right? So we're into the training. We're doing leadership briefs. We're doing training, so everyone understands what we're talking about. And in the course of the reviews, we can write positive comment cards or negative comment cards based on what's happening. So you could go through an employee's personnel package in the course of a rating and say during an audit we found employee A, was demonstrated respect and trustworthiness and exemplified how we want our Los Angeles police officers to be. We could write a positive comment card for that interaction in the area of procedural justice. So that could be then looked at when his yearly rating comes or her yearly rating comes, and that is a component then that gets evaluated, because we are spending so much time in looking at it and we're trying to train our officers in the concepts of procedural justice. You can have that as a positive. And then on the reverse side, if there is some shortcomings, we need to continue to train our officers. Now you have blatant misconduct that is on a whole separate level where you do personnel complaints, but there is training that should be provided if an officer is teetering in the gray area where we want him or her to be a better employee in the area of procedural justice. So that's one piece of the audit that we want to do, where we want to look at our officers in the field and get real-time information to make sure that what we're teaching them is actually occurring day in and day out. But you can have that as part of a piece when you're evaluating ratings, because we do look at comment cards, negative and positive, in the course of a rating that then gets written up in an officer's rating.
And talking specifically to a program that is being implemented in operations now is Community Safety Partnership. In the South Park initiative, with the development and the selection of personnel there, those 10 officers, is the Newton area and Central Bureau has arranged that a community member selected from that very community be part of the evaluation, be part of sitting down and questioning the officers as candidates as to how they view procedural justice, how they see policing, and what does that mean for success. And that personal evaluation will go as an advisory capacity to the Newton Command, so that officers that are selected for that position, they are representative of the types of views and behaviors that we're committed to seeing in that program. That type of community involvement exists today in all of our selection processes at the civil service level. There's always one of the three parties as a community member. An area in each of our civil service testing processes is our community engagement, our problem solving, the nature of which we go out and engage and build trust in communities. In addition to that, we're currently looking at, and will change, I'm committed to, the testing processes that for detective, sergeant, lieutenant, captain, and commander, test and evaluate problem-solving skills and their ability to enact procedural justice both internally as well as externally through inbox exercises, through testing that goes into that specific areas. We have some now in our training, but to your point, how do we actually see it in practice? Part of it's going to be through our testing. Part of it's going to be through community involvement in the design. Dr. Pennell has community involvement in each of her. Dr. Pennell, I'll give this back to you. The training with the citizen members that come and speak, Brotherhood Crusade and others that color the type of training and the manner in which we deliver it.
So one of the things that I make sure that I meet on a quarterly basis with our professional advisory committee and get input from community members who are involved at the academic level, but also in these various areas of research. And we ensure that they are also able to go audit classes and look at things and then come back and continually help us revise or amend, improve on our training as needed. We invite community members into training as much as we can. So certainly we have integrated them in the mental health intervention training, in gang intervention training, in the LGBTQ cultural competency. We want to, as much as possible, put in front of our officers team teaching of an officer and a community member and integrating these ideas into how we police.
Thank you. Related topic, and different. This is more now on the issue of bias, implicit bias, and in particular on page 7, there's a discussion of all of the training that was provided on that topic, or much of the training that was on that topic, and then there's a reference to the April 2018 published review of the training that include results of course evaluation. So there's a fair amount of information here about what people thought about the training itself. What I'm more curious about is where are we assessing the impact of the training?
Yes. So certainly we know that the implicit bias training was well received on our department, but again, back into how do we see it unfold, and I think that is the effort that we're putting into procedural justice as the antidote. As a form of taking action and in a positive regard of what we should be doing. And then as we are integrating the responsibility of supervisors, field training officers, and command staff on what to do to address it internally.
I'm still not sure I'm clear over time what will be the ultimate way again of. I think you understand my point.
I
is that we've got a lot of emphasis on the front end, but that we're really trying to get to where the rubber meets the road. You know, really, how do we know the connection between all the effort and the work you're doing on the front end, training, giving information, but then really somebody could score very highly, right, and go to all of the courses, but leave it in their mind that's book work. Now they have something to do on the street, which may be different from what they're doing in the classroom, right? So how are we going to make sure that we're understanding that the people who score the highest in the training go to everything, are actually doing what they need to do when it comes
I think
to
that's
operation?
the synergy that happens also with the community surveys and the meaningful integration with what we're doing in the field, because again, procedural justice is presented as a guiding principle even from the President's task force. It's not a 4-point check the box, here we've now accomplished it kind of thing. And so we can do all the training. It's really inherent in our command staff and leadership to ensure that we've infused it in every way possible. I think what we're showing here is our efforts, but they are still really, we're at the beginning of the audit, we're at the beginning of some of the training that's going to help the supervisors follow through on the body camera. We've only had the body camera. So some of these things are really still to be seen, but we can reassure you we're not going to stop looking at it. We have talked to, again, some of our partners in academia about how to do more in-depth evaluations of certain courses. But we don't want to be course-driven, we want to be community-driven.
You know, sir, if I can just add, the true test is actually out in the field. You have the training and you have the insight, but as you mentioned, how do we evaluate it? The first step, which we're hopefully getting ready to launch and get into, is the audit, the review of the body worn, the real-time information that is occurring in the street that then gets audited by a supervisor in the areas discussed. there is the true test. I mean, you can write it on paper and say you understand, but how are you actually dealing with the community and dealing with the public? That's the true test that can be audited and evaluated. So that's the first step in this process, along with all the training.
Thank you. Thank you. I just wanted to, in the interest of time, move on to page 24, and this is relative to the policies on stops and searches. And in particular, there's a comment there in footnote 71 at the end that this is regard to the Metro Division, and it's indicating that they're not equipped with the digital and car video equipment. And I just wanted somebody to kind of address that as to what are the issues or considerations around that and why that might be.
No, digital and car video.
Digital and car video.
So we can talk, Chief Grimala, this was a budget request that was this current fiscal year that was for $8 million that was unfortunately was not funded by the city for the deployment into those vehicles.
So the request is there, and so there isn't any reason why they shouldn't have it, or it shouldn't be equipped in this way. It's just
I can maybe elucidate exactly what the chief said. The budget line item is $8.7 million. The chief and I also discussed the type of vehicle configuration that Metropolitan will have moving forward, some of the assignments of Metropolitan Division, which will factor into purchasing of vehicles and other type of material items for that particular division, and if that 8.7 million was really going to fit into the larger plan that I know is being reevaluated by Counterterrorism Special Operations Bureau. Chief Frank, I know, is in meetings with the Chief of Staff, Chief Green, and Chief Moore on that. And that transition is being looked at right now so that the division can not only be crime suppression focused, but also looking at the larger scheme of things investigatively and more focused on specific needs to specific communities.
But to be clear, because this is a report about today, for fiscal, and thank you, Chief Grimala, for fiscal year 1920, so a year ago, the next phase for the expansion or establishment of digital in-car video for each vehicle, each patrol vehicle or crime suppression vehicle in the department was for Metropolitan and Security Services Division. It was an $8.7 million priority. It was one of our priorities, and yet it was not met. And I will also, however, say that the City Council and the Mayor, through their leadership, did fund $12 million additional dollars for other critical issues. What Chief Grimala is now identifying is in this last year, in looking at Metropolitan Division and the use of crime suppression investigative stops as a primary tool, which is why we were investing digital in-car videos, projecting them into those cars, those hundreds of cars. That strategy is been challenged as to what its impact of a reliance or a substantial continued reliance on investigative stops in these vehicles that Metro utilizes. 6 months ago, we began 8 months ago, we were committed to ensuring that we were not overly reliant on vehicle stops. That conversation is continuing. While our deployment practice with Metropolitan Crime Suppression has evolved over the last now 9 months, we're coming up to another decision point, juncture point, where I'm meeting with my internal staff and team to determine if the vehicle itself that Metro uses should continue, or we should perhaps shift to a different type of vehicle that it's because just the presence of that vehicle in some communities is creating certain levels of distrust and erosion of confidence. And so does that deployment, should it be in that same vehicle? Should it be a black and white, for instance, which we have some history of in the past with Metropolitan, and or what also other strategies that Metropolitan Division uses. And I've talked with Chief Arcos and his team, is that each of those 4 bureau chiefs look at Metropolitan, which is a division of a platoon of about 50 personnel in each of the 4 corners of the city, and the current reliance upon primarily vehicle investigative stops, how can we change that to help support the efforts of reducing violent crime and other chronic issues that are in those areas, which may shift a signal that in the next few months, we'll be determining this, if we are no longer going to see metropolitan vehicles doing the high rate of vehicle stops that they're currently engaged in, is that the best use of $8.7 million? Or, given that those officers currently wear body-worn video, and those body-worn videos are activated during those stops and depict what happens during the encounter, is that a balancing act? So this is, we've kind of stumbled into an emerging area. One of the things that we're talking about strategically as a conversation, but I want to be clear that why we don't have it today is not because we didn't ask for it, but I also want to share with you that when you see the budget request in November, as we talk about priorities with the commission, it may, it's to be determined if whether or not we go ahead and ask for it yet again, recognizing that the use of those vehicles, the nature of that may change substantially. It may not be, on balance, the best use of those limited resources. Is that fair?
Absolutely, Chief. If I could just add one thing, we also looked at some of the redundancy, especially when we look at Force Investigation Division, their whole body of work. And oftentimes you'll see the redundancy with what we get when there's an activation of body-worn video by the officers in a vehicle and DICV. And we look at the value of DICV in a larger scope. DICV will capture what's directly in front of you. For example, it's great when you're trying to evaluate a vehicle pursuit, if there's a stop which occurs within the purview of that camera, but we also look at the fact that body-worn video takes you everywhere the officer is. And oftentimes we look at a price tag, $8.7 million. We look at the fiduciary challenges ahead, not only for the department, but the city. Are we getting a great deal of material and information from body-worn that maybe can be supplemented by DICV, but is it worth that $8.7 million price tag? We have to ask ourselves that, looking at the body of work that we see and the evaluation and the usefulness of that video as well.
So I'm just going to recommend then that I know we have a discussion of the metro stops coming up sometime in the near future, so I'm just going to recommend that we get into it a little further in connection with that discussion.
Absolutely.
If we can. And one last question then this relates to the discussion of youth diversions, page 27. And there's an indication that 39% of those who are arrested for offenses that are eligible for diversion have been referred to diversion so far this year. And then in the footnote, there's a sampling of some reasons why, potentially why more may not be being diverted. But I just wanted someone to speak to that, if someone has any insights or information really about what do we know about the others that aren't, and why not?
Yeah, good morning, Commissioners. Bob Arcos from the Office of Operations, and I just want to thank Detective Bureau and Captain Paul Espinosa for his work on juvenile diversion. I know Commissioner Murphy Goldsmith has been very engaged in our activity with that. This is one of our asks consistently at CompStat on looking at diversion and how many that were eligible during the period of time. There's a number of reasons that'll probably be cited in there. Number one is that the criteria obviously is not met. That's the number one reason, based on the crime that was committed. And also, the other criteria that's also met is if the guardian or the parents want to engage in the program is another one that unfortunately we have some fall downs on that. We'd like to look at that, shoring that up, and see if there's a kind of a workaround on that. And we'll work with Commissioner Murphy Goldsmith on alternative ways to try and get those kids into diversion, even if there's not a commitment from the parent or guardian to work to that. One of the things that we also look at ourselves inwardly on that is, did we miss it? We've worked with this for a number of years now, and very candidly to this commission, years ago we were not fully engaged in this, and we did not see it as a way forward. We have made considerable steps to engaging this and seeing the value in the reform and changing people's lives with this program. So when we go back and look at the command's number of the diversionary conditions that could have been met, where did we drop the ball? Where did we miss it? Was it a watch commander miss? Was there not a call to the detectives, or the command officer didn't get involved in that? So that's one of the things that we're looking at as well, and finding the percentages of what that looks like. Initially, it does not look like it's a very high percentage, but still, anyone that we miss is a miss, and we want to fix that. So we'll continue to work through that.
How do you feel about the 39%?
Well, I think we can do much better, but a lot of that is some of that stuff is a little bit out of our control. I think, again, Years ago, we would see 7,000 arrests of juveniles, and we've gotten that reduced down to a better number. But I'd certainly like to see that number much higher. Some of those things, again, that I was telling you, that the conditions that will be acceptable through the diversionary process, the parent or guardian be available for that. And then lastly is the funding source. There are a number of agencies out there that are willing and ready to go with this program. And again, through the work of Commissioner Murphy Goldsmith and kind of championing this for us and going to the county and into Sacramento to get more funding sources so we can get the vouchers for the programming. We're stretching those that are committed in this area now to a level where they're kind of saying they're beyond capacity. So that's where we need the help as well from this commission and from the city, our city leadership, to continue to fight for those funding sources that will help us get there.
I do have a number of questions for everyone, but I'll just start with the last topic, Chief, since you're at the table. 17 of 21, is the difference, the 4 additional divisions, is that a funding issue or is it a capacity issue by the NGOs that are working on this program?
Right. It was a funding issue, Commissioner, but we've identified a source for those 4. If I'm not mistaken, by the end of this year, I think, if I misspoke there, maybe by the end of October, I believe we're going to be online in all 21 divisions.
Very good.
But I'll follow up with you to confirm that.
I appreciate that, and that certainly is good news. And I've witnessed at ComStat a lot of the conversations on this particular topic. But I'm wondering, from your perspective, how is it being accepted amongst all the divisions?
I think, again, it's better. It's not to the extent where I feel confident at every corner of the city that we have a wholehearted buy-in on that. It's better. It's better, and we're going to continue to work that. That's a leadership issue for all of us to continue to work on. We've talked through our direct reports and through ComStat, and it is no longer a surprise question. At ComStat, everyone knows that we're going to ask about the juvenile diversion efforts. The detective COs that are representing the divisions are well versed in the activity that's gone on during the ComStat period and are prepared to answer our questions. So we'll continue again to look at that and continue to challenge our people and give them examples of success stories as well. That's the more important value of this program, is what the lives that they're changing from these kids that are experiencing trauma that may be driving them to this activity as well. So there's a host of things that are happening, that I can talk about a little bit aside from the juvenile diversion program, is the Children's Institute and the work they're doing in Southeast Division, children exposed to trauma and gun violence, and their response to those calls immediately. Those are all positive things that I think are going to help change in our communities that have experienced traditional historic levels of violence.
Thank you, Chief. And I think we'll want to go into this in more depth in November when we have the special meeting on community policing. Thank you. Okay. I have a few questions for the IG's office, more in the procedural arena. In the report, you talk about both the President's Task Force on 21st Century Policing and the PERF report guiding principles on use of force. But throughout the report, you also include recent California laws that have changed on this topic. And I just want to be sure all the California laws that are relevant to this report have been included, because California has been doing a lot of different updates of the law in this area. Have we included everything? Have you included everything in this report of the new California laws that are in effect?
I'm not sure that we have. I think at the time that the report was written, we were looking at the laws that were coming down. Obviously, a lot has happened since then. We referenced some of them, as like SB 1421, but we didn't re-look at what the laws are in terms of that.
Understood. I think in the future reports, because California is passing a law, I think it would help all the commissioners just to be sure that we're covering all the different issues and the newer laws. And from the IG's perspective, just big picture, as you wrote this report and evaluated where the department is on what are the biggest issues that you think the department needs to continue to work on?
I would say from my perspective, it's looking at stop data. We've been collecting stop data now for over a year, and I think that it has the possibility of producing a lot of insight into how officers are working in the field, what actions they're taking, what disparities might occur, and if there's procedural justice issues. I think with the combination of video and the stop data, it opens up a lot of avenues to that. And so I think that's something we're really looking forward to seeing. What can we do with that? How can we make the most of it? That would be for me.
And just a quick follow-up before I turn to you, Mr. Smith. What you've heard today from Commander Byrd about what's coming forward, do you feel that that addresses what you see as the biggest issue that should be addressed? Do you feel all those reports and the analysis that's coming forward will satisfy that, that concern?
I hope so. I think we're going to be meeting today to talk about ways forward, and so it's hard to say exactly what that will look for, but I think the involvement, I think yourself and several other people who are going to be really instrumental in looking at what matters, I'm looking forward to seeing what the results of that is.
Okay. I'm sorry, Mr. Smith, did you
No,
want to?
I agree with AIG Naguib in that all the steps that are represented by the department are ones that we want to see and we think are indeed appropriate. We hope that they will sort of come to fruition in the way that we hope, but we think that they have represented correctly the steps they need to take forward. The only other area I would add to the analysis of stop data is just one mention again of community policing that I think the department does a lot of appropriate and successful things in that area, but going forward to see if they can measure it in such a way and measure its outcomes, positive outcomes in such a way to reinforce it as a guiding principle throughout the organization. That would be something of importance in addition to the analysis of stop data.
That was going to be my suggestion as well, to engage with the community in more meaningful ways. And I think the CAD system code that's in process and has been for a couple of years now, that'll enable the department to track what's being done as far as their community engagement efforts and, incentivize it and look at what it is and go from there, evaluate it, et cetera.
Very good. Thank you. I did want to follow up on the conversation that was happening earlier about the implicit bias training and the impact or non-impact it has had that we are trying to evaluate. And I did note on page 9, and something that made me pause, was there's a comment about there was some resistance, at least initially on the part of FTOs, to the research and concepts presented during implicit bias training. That is concerning because obviously in the field you need this supervisor, the individuals of leadership in the field to embrace this concept, for rank and file to embrace it as well. So I wonder if you can comment on that and advise whether, because it says there was resistance, it sounds like in the beginning, but I'm not sure if that's a current observation. Can you put some context on that comment for me?
Sure. When we were compiling this report, we attended a number of trainings that involved the fair and impartial policing curriculum and other implicit bias.
And I'm sorry, what time frame are you?
That would have been in 2017.
2017.
We wanted to see how it was being presented and how it was being received. And the FTO update really stood out as one place that needed some work. We did see a lot of resistance from the officers, and we had a lot of concerns about how they were going to be taking that and using it to train their trainees. And so we discussed that with the department. I think they saw the same issue with that same class. They did revamp the training to sort of reframe what it was going to be used for. We attended again, and we saw much more buy-in at that point. We also attended more recently this year to see if it's still going well. And I wasn't there, but from what I understand, it's going much better, and there was a lot less resistance than what we saw there. So I think we're improving, but it's something we'll want to keep watch on.
Continue to work on. Chief Arcos, did you want to add anything to that?
The only thing I'll add to that is that there's nothing more critical in our programming and operations than the field training officer and their ability to mentor and nurture our younger police officers. So it's something definitely we're going to continue to monitor and watch and work with the IG's office on that and Dr. Pennell on what those FTO trainings look like.
Very good. And if Dr. Pennell is still here, I'm sorry, I didn't see you standing there. And I apologize if I'm jumping around. I'm trying not to repeat any of the questions that were already asked. So I have two questions that I think fall into the category that you'd be responsible for. In the report, it indicates that there were resource issues with respect to the PSL2 training, and it sounds like maybe they're being worked out or they've been resolved. I just want to confirm the status of that.
Absolutely. Well, PSL 1 has been going consistently, and we have a consistent staff now. That's essential, as we will be starting PSL 2 this fall, and it will go into full implementation in January. So every month after that, we will be bringing officers back again after 2 years after PSL 1, so at their 3rd year mark. So we will continue to infuse all the concepts that we've talked here today into PSL 2. Again, creating a better foundation for future FTOs, but just to comment on the FTO piece, we did address those concerns in that content there, but one of my efforts this year is to look more thoroughly into the FTO program. We are getting an FTO online accountability for the FTOs and rating and all those things that we've sorely needed, a way for the FTOs to streamline their process, which we believe will help them have more time for training and less time for diving into redundant paperwork. So we will be looking at that.
Okay, very good. Thank you on that. But with respect to the resource issues on PSL2, it's all good right now?
It's good. We are moving forward.
Very good. Thank you. Also on training, in the report it indicated that state law is now requiring every 5 years for there to be training or updated training on racial profiling to include implicit bias training. So that there has to be a continuous training program, I think, within a department of this size. Is the department, or what is the department's plan to address that? I'm not sure if it's a new state law.
It's not a new state law. It has actually been around as a racial profiling, and some, as we referred to earlier, some of the laws have changed from time to time.
Right.
In the past, we have helped to meet that by different department-wide training, and then also continually sending people to the Museum of Tolerance as well. They will also be required to update their training to incorporate implicit bias. And so there's, like you're saying, there's a number of things that are coming through right now, but we're also supported by POST in that the information that they're giving us through their curriculum will go into FTO training and supervisor school. And so we'll be consistent with what they also give us.
And no issue with complying with that continuous cycle of training?
I don't think so. It's in a 5-year state. And again, we were sure to certify the 2017 training, so for the whole department, but then we have continued to send people to training as we go.
Okay. And then finally, my last area of questioning is on rendering aid, the new program. Could one of you address where we stand with that? The new memorandum went out, and I want to be sure that training equipment, the department has everything it needs in order to provide officers with what it needs to satisfy that.
So we put out the training order and reissued it in 2018. We were up to speed mostly with the recertification, and we will enter a new cycle of certification starting in 2020. As to resources,
Yeah, Commissioner, I believe we are sufficient with our resources out in the field. We've had a number of incidents that we've highlighted through our Public Information Director, Mr. Rubenstein, on officers immediately going into action with tourniquets, initial basic first aid, and of course, we've had a number of Narcan applications as well in the field. So I think everything that has been provided through the memorandum and through the resources that are provided logistically for the officers for first aid are sufficient.
I don't have any further questions. Any follow-ups from any commissioner? Did you?
No, I didn't have a follow-up. This is just a procedural point again, since it's I'm going to be calling for a motion here, and we had talked earlier about some of these reports, and I would probably say this also to the complaint report earlier, where we would feel, or at least I would feel, more comfortable reviewing them and accepting them because, as we just identified, there's still a number of issues that are still in flux and being worked on, and I just am a little unsettled with the idea that we're approving as if we're okay with everything as it is now, when I think everyone knows that we've identified a number of issues that still require some work.
Of course. Why don't we begin public comment, and I'll confer with the city attorney on that while we're in the public comment stage, just to give him a little notice. Can you advise me how many public comment cards we have on this item?
We have 4 Mr. Herman, Mr. Novik, Wayne, and Hamid Khan.
Mr. Herman?
Is that my name? My name? Okay, thanks.
Community outreach. This is community outreach.
First saved message. Hey, Herman Manuel, this is Kenny Hong, Secret Service. Wasn't able to make it out to see you yesterday in downtown LA. Just wondering what you were doing this afternoon. Maybe we can meet up and talk.
Sir, this has nothing to do with the Los Angeles Police Department.
Well, when Homeland Security reaches out, that's community outreach. When you talk about first aid, that's community outreach. When you talk about outreach to families who members suffer from mental health, that's community outreach. So don't you dare say I'm off topic when we're talking about community outreach. We sat here for a filibuster of 1 hour hearing a bunch of bullshit from Inspector General who doesn't follow up on my complaints under the ADA, under the UNRWA Act, and under EEOC. Violation of my civil rights as a disabled person. So don't fucking tell me that I don't know what outreach is about. I worked in my community as the Inspector General. I worked in my fucking community as an advocate. I worked in my fucking community as a police officer under the color of law. And every time you put me behind those TROs, every time you took me that fucking Holland back in that other fucking location right off the street right here called the Metro and abused me, that wasn't outreach.
Mr. Herman,
that was not outreach. No, I'm pointing out the outreach you reached out to me. And now Homeland Security's reaching out to me saying, what the fuck's the problem down there in LA, Herman?
You're not on topic.
That
Mr.
is topic.
Herman.
Approve the Inspector's General report. It's fucked up. 42 U.S.C. 1983. God bless America. Fuck 'em, Trump. Fuck 'em, Trump. And fuck 'em, Van Carson.
Thank you, Mr. Novik, please.
Yeah, we've had a long, bloodless discussion of what's actually a very bloody reality. You're talking about the best practices when the LAPD is involved in some of the worst practices around use of force and treatment of people with mental disturbances. For example, the murder of Gashario Mack in the Baldwin Hills Crenshaw Mall, or the murder of Albert Ramon Dorsey at the 24-hour fitness shower room, both of which were found out of policy by this body. So I just point out a few things in this actual report that you glossed over. One of the recommendations is that you educate the families of people with mental illness about how to make their reports to the people who take the calls. That's not their responsibility. Their responsibility of the LAPD is to get out of the way and not criminalize people who are having mental problems and kill them in the process, and bring some mental health services to bear. You talk about infusing the department with community-oriented policing. Once again, I will direct you to the fact that community-oriented policing is described by the police as the domestic equivalent of psychological operations in the military. It's about controlling the thinking of the population or the enemy. And so I don't want to see this department infused with community policing. You wonder why we're abolitionists, and this is why. You deal with Band-Aids to fundamental problems. The LAPD is an agency that is involved in controlling the population of the city for the benefit of the bankers, the benefit of the real estate developers, and they have no concern, in fact, about the population of the city, because if they did, they would stop doing what they're doing. So if you're talking about best practices, you can't take guidance from this president's commission, because it's not. It's an aspect of continuing the role of the police in what is carrying out.
Thank you, sir. Mr. Spindler.
Yes, Rabbi Wayne till sundown. So I noticed Smurf Shane Murphy there with their red hair left. You don't want to listen to us. Oh, boy. The Inspector General's report. What a useless fucking office. It's not separate. IG's office has to be separate building. separate badge, separate GS ranking. Oh, I'm sorry, that's the other government. You guys don't watch yourselves. You know, Mark Ridley Thomas says the LAPD needs to check itself before it continues to wreck itself. And he's right about that. He's absolutely right. The reason these things don't work is you don't have separation of powers. You need to have the IG in a separate chartered office, away from you scumbags, not sitting there. He's sitting there, he's a co-conspirator. How the fuck is he going to have oversight that's independent? He's going to be like the blue fuck over here with his TRO bullshit. It's that you guys are compromised with everything you do. Everything you do is a cover-up. Everything. When something happens, you have no capability to weed out the Neanderthals out of the department. Look at these fucking fat cocksuckers. Look at them. How are they going to go out in the field? Do you ever deploy these people for duty in the field? When's the last time they've been behind a fucking desk? When's the last time they've been on patrol? When's the last time they've taken a code 4? Does any of these fuckers know what a code 4 is? You don't even know what the fuck I'm talking about. Code 4? What's that? A new video game for my kid? No! They don't know anything about policing. That's the problem. Just do this. Just turn it over to me for 3 months. 3 months! That's all I ask. You'll see happy cops. Trust me. He knows it.
Mr. Khan? Sir?
Before I start my comment and start my clock, if you can hold that time, can you let us know, you keep on talking about this meeting in November. Is that the one on community policing that is being scheduled?
Sir, I did announce it a few weeks back. There'd be a community policing special meeting of the Police Commission in November. I believe November 19th, if I'm not mistaken.
November 19th, okay. Because, so it's just a separate comment. We want to make sure that we do have enough time to respond to this thing to present as well.
I'm happy to talk to you offline.
Official,
with that.
thing. So, I just want to talk about, like, going back to this audit again, like it's, and Michael Novick, because English is not my first language, reminded me that I think the term is cognitive dissonance. That there's such inherent contradictions when we are talking about, and here we are talking about best practices, and the reports coming out, the IG's reports coming out today on October 1st, 6 months ago, a whole program was dismantled and trashed as a result of best practices. You're talking about JSS and Mark Uchida, who created the laser program, which has been roundly discredited and has been dismantled by this department itself. So I want to know, what kind of best practice are we talking about? You released an audit on the suspicious activity reporting program, and which clearly showed that the iWatch See Something, Say Something program is a license to racially profile. Clear disparate impact on the black community. That is the best practice that we are talking about. And, you know, I can go on and on and on. Earlier this year, last year, the Stop LAPD Spying Coalition released a report before the bullet hits the body, showing that 5 times black people are being stopped than, you know, other folks as well. The LA Times did a special. That's the best practice that we are talking about. And, you know, we can go on and on and on. So I think, going back to your point earlier that you had raised, Dale Bonner, on one of the audits, that when do we get out of this procedural audit garbage? When do we get to the nitty-gritty of things? And I think the problem is that there's so much to be said. There's so much to be said, what we just heard in this whole linguistic judo that kept on happening, that, you know, the community doesn't get a chance to respond in its wholesome. So I think what we're going to start doing is to ask every time this shit comes up that we need to have at least 15 or 20 minutes to meaningfully respond to this stuff. Because this is something like, you know, the community has been speaking about it, and maybe from LAPD's vantage point, this is the best practice. But this is not. I mean, this is complete garbage, and you can't approve this report, and this, you got to just send it.
Thank you, sir. At the request of Mr. Bonner, the language will be changed to review and accept the Inspector General's report. Is there a motion to that effect?
So moved.
Is there a second? All in favor? Aye. All opposed? No opposition. It passes 3-0. Chief's report. Thank you very much for your presentation today.
I'd like to thank the panel there. Thank you all. All right. Good afternoon, Commissioners. And as is customary, each week I talk about significant events as well as crime, our categorical or officer-involved shooting numbers, and our personnel strength. As to significant instances, there's been two matters that have generated significant public interest or have been a subject of various speakers during the public comment portion of these weekly commission meetings. Two topics are the outcome of the Gregorio Mack shooting and the recruitment advertisement that was on a controversial media website this past Friday. Regarding the Mr. Mack shooting, over the last few weeks, there's been some members of the public who've asked whether I intend to fire the officers who the commission found to be out of policy in that officer-involved shooting. And while I've previously stated my decision in various public settings, I have not included that information in my remarks at police commission meetings. Therefore, I'll take this opportunity to restate my decision regarding discipline of the involved officers. For background and context, the city charter makes the police commission the head of the department, and as such, it has assumed responsibility for reviewing officer-involved shootings and other serious uses of force to determine whether the involved officers' actions are in or out of policy. The charter authorizes me, as the chief of police, to discipline officers up to and including their removal, subject to the department's policies and provisions of the charter and government code. In weighing my decision as to whether or not to seek to impose discipline involving these officers' actions, I've taken into consideration the totality of the circumstances, the recommendations of the department's internal use of force review board, my own assessment of the actions of the officers, and the closed session discussion and findings of this board of police commissioners. In addition, I reviewed the officers' work history, including prior disciplinary action, if any prior use of deadly force, and the officers' overall performance. Ultimately, my decision was for the officers to receive extensive retraining rather than discipline. I made this decision after much careful thought and consideration and recognition that it will not meet the expectations of everyone. I remain committed to leading this department in a manner that honors the guiding principle of reverence for human life. Over the last 5 years, we've invested significantly to provide our personnel with training and tools to lessen the instances of officers resorting to the use of deadly force. On the second matter, as to the recruitment advertisement on the Breitbart website that came to light this past Friday night, the department did not purchase or otherwise acquire ad space on that website and recognizes and shares the public's concern. In this instance, media-related recruitment efforts were within the scope of responsibility of the personnel department for the city of Los Angeles. They partner with outside entities to reach those individuals who may be interested in a law enforcement career. In this case, the personnel department purchased ads through Google. Unfortunately, although filters were set in place by analysts, those ads were directed by Google to sites that were not selected by the LAPD or the personnel department. The lack of tight controls created the issue at hand. The personnel department has stopped all Google ads and is currently reviewing all internal safeguards and providing enhanced training to its staff. Going forward, I've asked Assistant Chief Grimala to work with her counterpart as well as her staff to ensure our future digital media efforts are geared towards websites that attract diverse, service-oriented police candidates while remaining ever mindful of the need to continue to build public trust in this entry-level process and beyond. As to other matters of significance over this past week, I attended the multi-agency press conference on last Wednesday that was organized by the Human Relations Commission, where the Los Angeles Police Department and City of Los Angeles observed a 23% increase in hate crimes in this city. That is a back-to-back year after year increase in reported hate crimes. My remarks there and now will say that one crime in the city is too much, and we also recognize that with this increase that hate crime remains a significantly underreported incident here in Los Angeles as well as this region in this country. What's critical is awareness and the public education about the efforts of the Los Angeles Police Department and the criminal justice system to be aggressive and will pursue every avenue to identify those involved in instances of hate and crimes of such. I'm proud of the work of this organization that in its efforts of combating hate, that the arrests of individuals involved in reported hate crimes is also increased significantly and on par with this increase. Going forward, I remain committed, as this department does, to ensure that all communities of Los Angeles recognize that the rights of an individual and as their existence is without question, and as is the organization's commitment to ensure their fair treatment and their safety wherever they travel or may exist in this city. In light of that, one area that we participate in, and leadership I co-chair with Assistant Chief Grimala, is the LGBTQ forum, and there's an associated subcommittee. Just so happened that last Wednesday was our regularly scheduled forum meeting. It was held at the Los Angeles River Center and Gardens. I'm thankful for that organization supporting and allowing us to gather there, and we had a nice gathering of varied groups from the LGBTQ forum community, and I'm also encouraged because circumstances regarding the Las Perlas bar, the hate crime that occurred there, and our investigation, while we updated this group, I found community policing at its best when members of the LGBTQ community stepped up and said, what can we do to better inform private security companies as to what is acceptable and expected as to their conduct when dealing with difficult and trying circumstances, and also ensuring that their personnel are not biased and are not exercising their responsibilities in such a manner. I'm thankful because that immediately drew into a subcommittee's work that's existing that will work on this initiative, and I look forward to, in the coming months, us launching training for private security organizations, particularly in the downtown and Hollywood area, but really throughout the city wherever there might be a desire. This is a shared responsibility and partnership that I think speaks to what can help lower the instances of hate and the ignorance and associated damage that's created in our communities. This past week, I also yesterday attended the Rosh Hashanah services at Shepherd of the Hills. I want to throw a particular shout out of support to Pastor Dudley there, who as a Christian house of faith opened their doors for the 21st year in a row to the Jewish community for the observance of their new year. It was an opportunity and an honor to speak before that congregation, but to see the interfaith work between the various houses of faith in this city and their partnerships with the police department to ensure the safety of all involved. This morning, I'll end my remarks of significant public instances by saying that I attended the press conference that Mayor Garcetti had in concert with the Department of Public Works and...
Mr. Herman, I've already warned you about interrupting this meeting. You're excused, sir. Thank you, sir. You're excused. Sir, you need to leave the meeting. Mr. Herman. Mr. Herman? Sir, I've given you several warnings, sir. Please. We'll see you next week, Mr. Herman.
Madam President, for the record, Mr. Herman continues to disrupt the meeting by not gathering his things and leaving as he continues to talk. Mr. Spindler is also disrupting the meeting by continuing to talk, for the record.
Mr. Spindler, this is your warning. Should you continue to disrupt the meeting, I'll have you excused as well, sir. Thank you, Chief.
Thank you, Madam President. And continuing on the CARE program, this is the latest mayor's initiative working with all the city departments to deepen our efforts for outreach as well as hygiene and sanitation resources for persons experiencing homelessness. 30 teams this morning met and will be accompanied by an enhanced deployment by the Office of Operations with its HOPE officers to provide a safety net, if you will, as these teams engage and work to provide those experiencing homelessness with effective services and housing, as well as to provide hygiene services and also sanitation. Our deployment with these 30 teams is that we will not accompany each team, but rather is handling this as a means of providing them de-escalation training, providing them contact and engagement, and additionally a radio that they'll have so that should there be an incident that is a rarity, but should it occur where police services are needed, an expedited response of dedicated resources that will meet with them to ensure the safety of everyone involved. I want to congratulate and thank the mayor and as well as the elected officials that continue to bolster and deepen our abilities to deal with clearly the humanitarian crisis of our generation, and to allow the department to take a more and continued supportive role and not criminalizing the instances of experiencing homelessness, but instead, as a city and as a region, us finding the ability to provide bathrooms and laundry and other services, trash and shelter eventually for everyone experiencing these circumstances in their life. We had no categorical use of force this past week, so there's nothing to report there. When I move over to crime, we are continuing to see an overall reduction in violent and property crime. 819 fewer violent crimes year to date. We're essentially flat from where we were a week ago relative to the increase in homicides that we've seen, with 199 homicides this year versus 185 last year. The overall Part 1 crimes are 6,520 fewer Part 1 crimes year to date. We have a reduction in every area of property crime here in the city. Our shooting victims, we have 28 additional shooting victims this year versus last. That's effectively no change from last week. When we look at the instances of officer-involved shootings, we remain at 20 officers-involved shootings this year versus 25 last year. That is a 20% reduction. In regards to our traffic safety, we are effectively we have 4 fewer fatal traffic collisions in the city this year versus last, 168 this year, 172. Pressing and of concern to us, as we've seen an increase in DUI-related collisions that result in a fatality, 13 this year versus 10 last year. We have lost some ground in regards to our bicyclist-involved collisions that involve serious injuries or death. While we still have an overall 8% reduction in bicycle-involved collisions, we have lost 13 individuals, 13 people this year versus 13 last year for fatals. That number had been in the black, if you will, in the reduction area. So we continue to want to stress and will stress the importance of motor vehicles versus peds and motor vehicles versus cyclists, that each party respect the other and be observant of the rules of the road, but also mindful that with distracted driving, distracted walking, that defensive posture is truly in order and will help us in our efforts to reduce traffic fatalities. Lastly, in regards to civilian and sworn personnel, our numbers are 2,920 civilian personnel that are deployed. We have 10,018 sworn and municipal police officers deployed, 388 total reserve officers, and we have 1,779 cadets. And that concludes my remarks, and I'm happy to take any comments or answer any questions.
Thank you, Chief, and thank you for that report, particularly on the recruitment issue and addressing that. I'll say I know I speak for all members of the commission when I say that we all found that deeply troubling, as did you, as did members of the public. It's not reflective of the attitudes of this commission, of this department, or the men and women who serve in it, and certainly not the city of Los Angeles as well. So I'm glad to hear of the efforts being undertaken to address that. And Chief Grimala working on that. I'm sure she'll give all of her diligence to that particular problem. And certainly in this digital world, we all have to pay closer attention to the unintended impacts of some of the efforts, particularly in ways to reach young people that I know this department is trying actively to conduct outreach to. But we have to be very careful of all those algorithms that place advertisements in places that neither the department nor this commission would support, and certainly not the public that we serve. So appreciate your efforts, Chief Grimala, in advance in trying to address that problem. Members of the commission, questions or comments to the chief?
Yeah, I had a couple of questions on the same issue. I don't recall, and I haven't had any briefing yet on the details of how that ad was discovered, so you may reference that. But then the other question is, what comfort do we have that there's not other ads on other what websites or similar websites out on social media? Do we have a process of actively trolling to understand or to have some controls or some checks on that?
So there's two aspects of that question. First is regarding how this event was discovered. It was discovered by a member of the public who brought it to the department's attention. Josh Rubenstein, our PIO, began immediately trying to look to find the ad, but also began outreach within the organization with Chief Gramala and Chief Baeza and his staff, as well as then conversations with the personnel department as to understand who purchased the ad, and or whether or not the ad was even legitimate and was it actually occurred, just because of the striking nature of the site in which this was posted. What we found by the morning was that no one within the LAPD had purchased, authorized, or otherwise were aware that this site had received this ad and the ad had been posted, nor were we aware of how long that posting had occurred. Secondly, as we reached out to the personnel department, and over the next day to two, to as recently as this morning, as they researched and determined how their purchase of digital media ads, which this was a part of, resulted through Google ending up on this site. And what we have understood this morning is what basically we understood on Saturday, Sunday, and Monday, which was that while the analysts in the personnel department who has separate funding apart from what our funding has been. And the funding and all the matters of funding that has come through this commission, this ad was not purchased with any aspect of that. But yet this ad purchase shows us clearly that we need a defined and highly attentive policy and practice of how digital ad media will be deployed. In this instance, it appears the personnel department and analysts bought and purchased through Google Ads and meant for deployments that did not occur. And so this is a matter of ongoing conversations with the AGM and the personnel department that will go to going forward to prevent this from reoccurring. Secondly, in an abundance of caution, the personnel department has stopped all display ads through Google until this matter can be fully understood, training provided, and controls to ensure that we, as Commissioner Decker indicated, are mindful of practices that may result in a company that whose actions or services we garner that may extend deeper than or in a different direction than we intended. So how do we safeguard against that?
Yeah, so the other part then, how do we know that in this case, someone reported it to us, but as we sit here now, is there some meaningful risk that there's other ads on other troubling websites?
So we also have, through the department PIO, Mr. Rubenstein's group, a digital media monitoring. They monitor social media. It's one of the things that we saw and how this was discovered was Friday night. It became evident both in messaging to me as well as headquarters, as well as a sentiment meter that talked about where LAPD was in social media posts and communications, that this issue came up, that this alert was there. I'm not going to take responsibility or suggest that the department can peruse all areas of the internet, and nor do I believe you're suggesting that. But we acted as soon as we found this, and we have controlled it by ensuring that the manner in which this got introduced into the web, into web services, has been frozen and stopped, so that entry point into this won't proliferate or go into different directions.
And finally, and this is, I think, a more difficult, even more difficult question, but would we have any way of knowing, other than I'm sure when people come into the process and express interest in joining the department, anybody may ask them, how they got introduced at a fair or job, something. But in this area, is there any mechanism for knowing whether or not anyone respond? I don't even know how the ad was set up, so it may have just been an advertisement where you've been a click through that linked you to the department and got you in the process or something. But would we have any way of knowing how many people come into the system by and how they first become aware of the opportunity?
So I don't believe so. I believe that this website, as well as others, are popular websites for a variety of beliefs and systems. One person looking at this does not define their views. For instance, this display was found by those who clearly were disapproved of the department's utilization of that website. So I believe that the traffic to that website or any other website is not a defining value of who the person is or what their values are. We would be, and I am confident that the personnel department, as well as our own department personnel, through the background process, are mindful of people who possess biases, prejudices, racist views, bigotry, and others, that in their actions we search far and wide through not just testing, but their circle of support and individuals that come in contact with them to identify those that might harbor those beliefs and disqualify them along the way.
Thank you.
And Chief, I would ask, I don't think a motion is necessary, but I'd ask Chief Gramala to work with the recruitment committee, which is Mr. Bonner and myself, to continue to review this issue and conduct the oversight of the commission on that.
Absolutely. I'll be planning for a meeting with Wendy Macy. She has been very attentive to the concerns, very much connected with me, very much committed that we get all of this right. And I will be more than happy to meet with you and continue to give you updates as I have been doing to the Chief of Police.
Thank you, Chief. Any other commission questions? No. Madam Secretary, how many public comment cards do we have on the Chief's report?
We have 8 comment cards. Zach Sherwin, Audrey George, Pastor Q. Jan Marie, Wayne, Dr. Melina Abdullah, Michael Novick, Adam Smith, and Hamid Khan.
Mr. Sherwin?
2 minutes is not enough time to speak about the Breitbart incident. So I guess I'll start by talking about the language of the tweets that went out about it. The first one that I saw from your account, Chief Moore, said that we are aware that a recruitment advertisement has been circulated. So I just want to note the passive language of that. But what caught my attention more is the immediacy with which we jumped in a subsequent tweet to both departments are investigating whether the ads on Breitbart are a spoof or another effort to discredit LAPD. And that tweet also said that neither department paid for ad space on that website. So now we learned that the personnel department did pay for ad space on the website, even inadvertently, but instantly it was established in the tweet that that wasn't what happened. And just the rapidity with which the narrative becomes, we're looking to see if this was a spoof or even a nefarious effort to discredit the department. Like, that's a long, slow con to place an ad on Breitbart 6 years ago in an effort to discredit the department. You know, it just feels to me like so much evasion of blame. And then it's the personnel department's fault. It's the algorithm's fault. I hope you guys understand how bad this looks for the department. It's like Trump and the Ukraine call. It's easy for people to understand a narrative that somehow the city paid for ads to appear on Breitbart to get people to join the LAPD. I haven't seen any follow-up language on Twitter that explains what happens or attempts to elucidate this, and you would think that the department would be going above and beyond to repair the public image damage that this occasions. Instead, we hear that you're not going to do anything about the officers who killed Grishario Mack. How dispiriting, and to preemptively say that it's not going to satisfy everybody, that outcome. Shame. It's shameful. It's all shameful.
Thank you, Mr. Sherwin. Ms. George?
So it's been a long meeting, and I almost missed, but was rendered speechless, almost speechless by Chief's remarks about the revamped teams that are going out to do outreach with the houseless people, and that they're not going to include LAPD officers. And I'm so gratified to hear that, but just almost feel like I need to make sure I heard it right, because it was very unexpected. It was what we were asking for and demanding, but the fact that the houseless people will have less criminalization is very good news. Regarding, it's because I don't want to just talk about Grish Ariomak. I want to talk also about Albert Ramon Dorsey. When you have officers that can shoot an already injured person who's prone on the ground and being restrained, who in the first place had nothing more than a kitchen knife, when you can have officers who shoot to kill a naked person in a locker room of 24-hour fitness, and you get decisions about these issues being out of policy, I don't understand how you can, how many, retraining, what are they going to go 7 days in a row or 365 days in a row and sit at the Museum of Tolerance? It's nonsense to think you can retrain people who might have been recruited from Breitbart in the first place, that you can retrain those people to have respect for human life. I don't think so. And it does not say that you have respect for human life on these sayings. It says you have reverence for the law. That you have reverence for human life, as you had mentioned earlier, or as one of the presenters had mentioned. You have reverence for the law, but only respect for human life, and that's backward.
Thank you, ma'am. Sir.
Pastor Q. Jean-Marie, the Church Without Walls, Skid Row, and CLU, Clergy and Laity United for Economic Justice. As it relates to the recruitment piece from the previous section, 13% of the folks in Los Angeles went from 13% to 9% of the population. We've got to ask ourselves why. Talking to one of our union partners, they said even with great contracts, their members, black and brown members, cannot afford to live in the city of Los Angeles any longer. And we know a lot of them are on the streets of Skid Row. 40% of the homeless population is black. I don't want to talk about 1942 when jazz musicians first started moving here and said the LAPD was their #1 source of terror, pulled them over day by day. Now, as it relates to Breitbart, stay low, go fast, kill first, die last, one shot, one kill, no luck, all skill. We know how philosophies determine what people do. As you can see, in the case of Botham Jean, my name is Pastor Q. Jean-Marie, because we were born on the same island. And so we know that Amber Geiger just got convicted of just got actually found guilty of his murder. But we know that Breitbart is not just about a site, and we know algorithms determine where they're going to target based on philosophies. So you have to ask yourself, who is in the police department that would allow the algorithms to target Breitbart? That's what we have to ask ourselves.
Thank you, sir. Mr. Novick.
I think the chief owes an apology to the people he basically impugned or accused of trying to discredit the LAPD by placing that ad. I'm surprised he didn't make that apology in his own remarks, but I think he should do it now. I think that, in particular, since he responded to Adam Smith, who's not here, in a very informal way on Twitter, that he should probably apologize directly to Adam. I had a couple of questions. One was, I think, earlier in the discussion of the complaint process, I heard the chief say that there were 12 findings of out of policy. I wasn't clear if that was officer-involved shootings or all use of force last year, but I'm wondering how that compares to previous years, whether there are more out-of-policy shootings or just that because of community pressure, more of the shootings are being found out of policy. I also wanted to inquire about a couple of things. There was a long piece in the New York Times this week about the extent of depictions of sexual abuse of children. There was cited within that article was an LAPD officer, and in general there was an account of the fact that law enforcement is overwhelmed by these reports and that they have to prioritize the abuse of toddlers and infants because there are so many such findings. I'm wondering what role the LAPD is playing and what priority you place on catching the people who are putting up these abusive pictures of children being tortured and actually stopping the practice of the torture, not just the depictions. The other article was a piece in the Atlantic Monthly about the epidemic of spousal abuse by police officers, saying that officers who are involved in spousal abuse are much more likely also to be abusive in their practice as police, and I'm wondering what the LAPD is doing about that.
Thank you, sir. Madam Secretary, those were all the names that I wrote down who are here. Were there other names?
We had Wayne, Adam Smith, Dr. Melina Abdullah, I don't see her, and Hamid Khan.
Okay.
So you throw Mr. Herman out because he sounds like other transgendered people. So now we have a real police officer join us at the county board meeting. Alex Villanueva's in the house. Yay! See, that's what you get. Look at Eric Previn.
Sir, can you address your
city
comments to
asshole.
the report, please?
Well, I am. I'm talking about the fucking report we just fucking heard from the fucking chief of fucking police. First of all, Breitbart is not a good place to get police officers from. Breitbart is a good place to get assassins from. And assassins don't make very good cops, as we've learned in the last few years. So stop fucking around and just say, I'm sorry, I fucked up. Blame it on Jermala and fire her immediately. She's ready to resign right now. She's ready to fall on the sword. That's what T-Fang wants. That's what Moore wants. Because Moore knows that when he gets indicted, Jermala's going to be sitting there and she's going to be the first female police chief in the history of our city. All that you had to do was put her in that fucking chair. Mayor Garcetti just had to put her in the chair. She was the right pick. This fake fuck here isn't going to do anything. Look at him. He's losing all his hair. You can see that he's scared and he's afraid and he's terrified of this job. You have to put a real man in that fucking seat. And Jermala's the only one who's the real man that wears the pants in this fucking room. It's not me. It's Jermala. My mommy needs to be in that fucking seat so she can go and read out the...
Thank you, sir. Mr. Khan, you're next, sir.
It's ironic that we're talking about blinded by the algorithm over here. You know, something that third party or second party placement services do that. And of course, Breitbart's algorithm very much is in line with LAPD's algorithm as well. Which, talking about algorithms, like, what the heck is going on with Predpol? Because there is no report back. There was a report back that was supposed to happen. We've been asking for the dismantlement of Predpol, and that's the algorithm that is criminalizing wholesale communities. So I think this whole, it's almost a joke, and the joke is on the department, like, you know, with this whole Breitbart thing, that now all of a sudden everybody's up in arms, that I didn't do it, they did that, well, we didn't do it, the personnel department did that. Well, the fact is, that, you know, from William Parker to Bratton to Beck to Daryl Gates to now Michael Moore, this is a right-wing recruitment agency. This is a fascist recruitment agency. So the other piece I also want to bring back, that on June 4th, we submitted a letter to the commission to instruct the department on a follow-up to the LASER program, and we laid out a whole set of questions. The department wrongly sent it to the OIG. The OIG responded it was meant for the LAPD. So this is what's going on. I mean, the level of incompetence, and, you know, I mean, I don't want to call it incompetence, but it's deflections, it's non-responses, it's delays, and clear right-out misrepresentation that's going on. That the department then opens up a public records request, then closes the public record request, then we get a response for another public record, and given another number. The reference is to for another public records that request that we had filed for anti-terrorism intelligence section. So the level of incompetence and the non-responses is really something that would need to be looked at around this whole issues of best practices. So to cut it short, I have 5 more seconds, that we have nothing that we have gotten back except a letter in the mail, and it's been completely non-responsive and misrepresentative. So the whole discovery section, and just to let you know that we just last week won our second Cipro lawsuit. And this is in shambles, and you just can't get any information.
Mr. Khan. Sir, do you have a general public comment card in? You can continue if you do. Because we're moving to general public comment. Madam Secretary?
Can I read for Adam Smith? He's been listening by phone and wants to say.
No, sir. Madam Secretary, how many public comment cards do we have on public comment?
We have 9. Audrey George, Dr. Ruth Goldberg Ives, Michael Novak.
And can we just hold there for one moment, Ms. George?
So I do want to say that in that July meeting, that there was at least one $82,000 donation that was said to be for targeted recruitment ads for the LAPD. It was discussed in that meeting, and you can hear it online. You know, that what we're saying about algorithms is so true. You know, it means that Breitbart picked that up, means that there is a shared core value between LAPD, recruiting, and people that look at Breitbart, and very few people look at Breitbart just for the fun of it. It's very much in line with this recruitment you're doing for volunteers that will actually just be spies for the LAPD in the community, the 5,000 volunteers you're seeking. People like that are probably very likely to also have values that are much in line with the people that would be reading Breitbart. I don't trust them. I don't think you should trust them. I don't think you should be using their services. Right now, you admittedly have cops in the field who are not on board with your procedural justice practices. I want you to ask yourself, when you look at how you treat officers who have been involved in fatal use of force, even if they weren't subject at the time to the AB 392 strictures, the change in policy. The people that killed Grishario Mack, the people that killed Albert Ramon Dorsey, those cops that murdered them, did they do everything they could not to murder those people? Did they do anything not to do those kill shots? Once again, stop talking about retraining them. They need to be removed from the force. They caused harm, real harm. They must be removed from the force.
Thank you, ma'am. Good morning, ma'am, or good afternoon.
Your Honors, I hope you're all well today. My complaint is RICO, United States Criminal Code, Federal Code of Evidence, and the Code of Federal Regulations. A developing disaster crisis in my apartment building compels me unwilling to make this appearance here today as an individual in the interest of justice. Betrayal of public trust, dereliction of duties, abuses of seemingly unlimited power given by the United States Department of Housing and Urban Development to manage federal funded poverty programs. These are the heinous and egregious violations of my civil liberties by a criminally motivated, unconscionably dishonest Mr. Stephen Chung and Veronica and Maria. I am calling out their names, denouncing them, the management team at Van Nuys Apartments, where I have lived for the past 12 years. I've endeavored to work in good faith and fair dealing, honesty, and transparency with these people, but they've got a blind spot for honesty, fair dealing, good faith, and transparency. They don't like these, they shun these, and they scorn these. And I wish to petition Your Honors, or whoever the powers may be, for their immediate demotion and removal and from their post in the interest of justice, transparency, honesty, national and domestic security. I just don't trust them.
Thank you, ma'am. Mr. Novick.
Yeah, you talk about community-oriented policing and community engagement, and you have meetings in a room where almost the entire body of people here today were employees of the LAPD. So I think that you need to get out of this building and out of this room and meet out in the community so that people don't feel intimidated about coming to talk. I do think that the chief reflected cognitive dissonance that was described when he said he had reverence for life, and he decided that there was no discipline necessary for the officers who shot and killed Grishario Mack. Not just did not remove them, he said there was no disciplinary process whatsoever. It was only retraining. That's outrageous, unacceptable. I want to go back to the report about the best practices where they talk about community policing, and they give an example of that, the CSP program, Community Safety Partnership, which is LAPD partnering with the housing authority, and most of the people in the public housing experience the use of police within the housing authority as an attempt to criminalize and evict them, not... So I think that, from top to bottom, you need to think about how you're dealing with these meetings and how you're dealing with your responsibilities. I don't think that you are fulfilling your responsibility to provide the kind of oversight by the community of the police operations. I think that I'm going to actually do my other two comments because you have 4A1 and 4B, and I can't stay any longer. So I think that the chief should include in-custody deaths in his report, not just officer-involved shootings, because you have another one now, and you have another 5 officers involved with that. And when you do the public employee discipline dismissal release evaluation of the chief, I think you should take into account some of his comments today, which I think reflect very, very badly on how he's fulfilling his role as chief, and you should discipline him.
Thank you, sir. The next 3 speakers.
Zach Sherwin, Jacqueline Richardson, General Dojan.
Hold it okay. Just right there. Mr. Sherwin.
Yeah, we're almost 4 hours in, and I think that this meeting should have begun with an apology to the community in general and to Hamid Khan specifically for Steve Soboroff calling him an asshole and a fucking asshole from the dais last week. That was shocking conduct and content. Why not? And I'm flabbergasted afresh that an adult who's part of this commission, that kind of conduct is tolerated, and if some kind of repercussion or consequence is happening as a result of that, I think it would be good for the community to know, because that was over the line. For weeks, I've been wanting to have a chance to talk about a comment from Commissioner Figueroa Villa in the LA Times where she said that the public doesn't attend these weekly meetings because activists fill the room with hostility and spew anger at commissioners and police leaders. That's not why people don't come. It's because they're at a difficult time and a difficult place. And I resented reading that comment in the paper. And this brings us to my attempt to read Adam Smith's comment into the record earlier. How do community members that aren't able to attend these meetings in person make sure that their voices are heard by this commission, which supposedly serves as the citizen's voice in police affairs and as a means of assuring more responsive government? So with my remaining 35 seconds to read Adam's statement. Mike, he says, I take issue with the dismissive, patronizing tone that you took on Twitter regarding what apparently is your data-driven department's use of a white nationalist website to recruit. I take issue with the fact that black people are stopped by Metro Division at 5 times their population share, with the fact that black people are brutalized and killed by your department at an incredibly disparate rate, with the fact that your propaganda machine is pushing out a video of a white woman singing beautifully on a Metro platform when black artists are regularly targeted for harassment and arrest, with the fact that the LAPD is the same of Parker, Gates, and Beck. You and your hollow words, Mike, are the spoof.
Thank you, Mr. Sherwin. Ms. Richardson?
This concerns some harassment and irritations that normally LAPD doesn't deal with, maybe just a very small section. The harassment has a source, it has a target, and it has a direction of travel. Generally speaking, if you go to someone's business, you can't find this harassment, you can't find the source, you can't find who's doing that. But sometimes, if a person complains, they go out to certain places, and sometimes the black officers are involved in this. And when they do, they take bribes. They go out and they don't see any source, no machine working in there. They don't see the direction of travel, and they don't see the target. So consequently, they take bribes and leave. However, the FCC, the INS, and very few LAPD officers can handle that. If you call the FCC, they can handle that within 2 minutes. INS about 2 minutes, 2 to 5 minutes. These are black men after a 2 o'clock shift. They can handle that very well. 2 to 5 minutes can have that stuff turned off, but not permanently. A channel 2, 4, and 7, they can also handle that. They handle that about all those agencies I mentioned. They handled that about 12 years ago. Channel 2, 4, and 7, they handled that about 12 years ago also. It took them about 15 minutes to a half hour to do it. But I don't believe those television channels knew exactly how to handle that information. I believe they went through some other source to get those the sources of harassment turned off. When the black men go out to handle those problems and they can't find it, they take bribes, but also the whites and the Hispanics, they take bribes too. It's not easy to find those, I don't know what you want to call it, but it's nothing you can see, nothing you can touch, and you can't see it unless you know the source and the target and the direction of travel. It's not easy to find.
Thank you, Ms. Richardson. That's it for that group. Are there 3 more speakers?
2 more, General Dojan and Gina Viola.
Ms. Viola, I believe you're next.
Hi, I want to talk about how inaccessible these meetings are, what it takes to get here on a Tuesday morning, what it took for me today to get here. Not only is the time and place horribly inconvenient, also, at the same time as City Council and Board of Supervisors, making it impossible for people to attend more than one meeting, but you also haven't had a community meeting yet. And there's supposed to be 4 each year, or in the out into the community, and I don't think we've had one at all this year. So I want to go on record with that. These meetings are very elitist. All of the perimeter parking is only for police. What I had to do just to get in here in time to address you today is pay an exorbitant amount of money to park even 3 blocks away to get here. So let's talk about data. If we can't trust data to place ads, how can we trust data to police human beings? We cannot. We cannot. Predpol, Laser, SAR, this is why people are being killed by police. Predictive policing sends police force out into communities being told they already have things to fear, being told they already have people to be fearful of. It's no wonder that people end up dead. It's no wonder that cops fear for their lives when they're being told, before they even get out there, that their lives are in jeopardy. In addition, I just read the drones are now going to be armed. So you're shifting, that's something I read in the Times, so clearly by your face that's wrong, but if that is something we move towards, that's shifting the security issue off of the police and onto the community. And drones already are wildly unpopular, yet already being utilized. So those are my comments. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am. Chief, just for the record, to clarify, the commission passed a policy where drones would not be armed. Can you just address that?
Absolutely. There is absolutely no weaponization of any drone by this department, and I'm not aware of any municipal department, certainly in this region. That's a hard line.
Okay, thank you. Madam Secretary, were there any other public speakers?
No, we have none.
We have none. And any other on the closed session items?
None.
All right. Then we'll proceed to recess. Thank you.
The Board of Police Commissioners will now recess into closed session to discuss item 4A1 and 4B1 in accordance to Government Code 54957. The Board of Police Commissioners has concluded its work in closed session. We are back in open session. In closed session, item number 4A1 was discussed, and the chief's recommendations were unanimously adopted 3-0. The commissioners present are Commissioner Decker, Bonner, and Figueroa Villa. And in closed session, item number 4B was adjudicated. Is there a motion to adjourn?
Yes, I will move to adjourn. Is there a second? Second. All in favor? Aye. We stand adjourned until next week. Thank you.
Thank you.
In LA this week.
I'm Sayeda Pagan at the Marriott in Woodland Hills, where the business community is gathering to find out more